Excellency, just talking about some glorification of some people. Certainly we do. I agree with you that the Mughal chroniclers wrote a lot about their people and ignored us. Secondly, if I may say, sir, that even in Second World War, a lot of Indian regiments and battalions who did very well. Unfortunately, historically, it's not been recorded. And I say this because having been abroad and seen certain areas, the battlefields, I found that they should have been mentioned. The other good thing I would like to mention is that all good soldiers, Excellency, I feel, have always a great admiration for their opponents. Even Akbar, for that matter, if you remember, made those thing of for Jamal and Patta in that on the gates. He had the statues of these two great soldiers. And similarly, even if you take in modern context, I want to tell you a small little thing. In '71, we were fighting in Dera Baba Nanak, and there was a young Pathan officer of the Pakistani army who was not vacating his particular bunker. He was firing from that bunker. So my platoon commander, Colonel Rajawat, he went and lobbed a grenade, phosphorus grenade. So he came out burning naturally with that phosphorus thing. And he stood there and he said, "Ye Rajput kaise hain jo piche se aake hamla karte hain?" Because he heard our war cry. And so he died eventually. After we had ceasefire, the Pakistani general visited us there. So we walked up to him and said, "Sir, we do not know who this youngster was, but this is what he did." And I am so happy to say that later on, this boy was given the highest award of Pakistan. So I think that admiration for your adversary should always be there, whether it is whatever be the situation. Sir, yes, you want to say? Yes,
only
sure.
two things that I wanted to say more. One of the expeditions that Akbar also sent was Khan Khana. And he did not trust Bhagwan Singh Ji and Man Singh Ji anymore. They were not given any more mansabdaris and all that. So if they had won, they would have been rewarded. They were not. In fact, Akbar always used to send one of his people, a neutral person, to find out what exactly happened. In that report, he got that we did not win. And that's the reason that he did not give a credit to any of these people. He sent Khan Khana from Gujarat, a very big army. And that was the time that Maharana Pratap's son, Amar Singh Ji, went and raided him. The army was out. He got off all the begums, all the women folk of Khan Khana, took all the women folk to Maharana Pratap and said, "I have done this." Maharana Pratap was so annoyed. He says, "Go and return them. We will not touch any of these women. We did it." Khan Khana became an admirer, and he said, "I am not going to be in this expedition anymore." Yes. So Mewar remained aloof. Mewar never came under the Akbar rule. It were only some fortresses, and the last one was Chittorgarh. He says, "Let it remain. We have all the other area with us." They never had any other thing that really says that they were the rulers or Maharana Pratap had accepted the suzerainty of Akbar.
Thank you, Excellency. I think we have logged this for quite some time now. I'd like to take some questions from the audiences. Yeah, please. Yeah. Okay, Mike.
Sir, this is N.K. Shrivastava.
Yeah.
I have been to Bhilwara zone for the last 22 years, just retired recently. And it was worthy of listening to such a valued discussions about Haldi Ghati from Her Excellency as well as journals on the stage. Little bit which I had learned from there, because we had been listening lots of folklore, so it could be myths also, that Maharana Pratap, as His Excellency is conveyed about the Man Singh's death through the spear, and he had to fall down from the elephant. So similar story is there about Balol Khan, that Maharana Pratap cut him through this one one hand, I mean, one sword hand.
That's right.
And fully he was sheared out. So I would like to know a little bit more about it. And if you permit me, I'd like to have some discussions about the Bhamasha and others who could generate about the details. How did they help Maharana? And what was the, because there are thousands of folklore, are they myths or are they really the things? So thank you, this is the question, sir. Thank you.
Actually, that is very true, because whatever Mewar was, and Mughal emperor, he was ruling the whole of the country. So the Mewar, which is actually 1/8 of the whole of Rajputana, and the whole of India, it would be a very minuscule compared to what Akbar was ruling. So the resources of Akbar were tremendous. Maharana Pratap knew that. He cannot match Akbar in the strength of the resources and the army. So he naturally went for the other way of fighting him, is the guerrilla warfare. And it is called Atavik. That is how he started the guerrilla warfare. And that is how our Guru Govind Singh Ji, he also came, studied the way how he would be able to challenge Aurangzeb and the other Mughal rulers. So he also studied and got the inspiration from Maharana Pratap. Bahama Shah was the person, he was a very, very rich merchant. He used to give all the money and he used to get the support of Maharana Pratap. You are very right. He is a very big name. We all have a great respect for him. And we always talk about Mewar as An Ban Shan. And An Ban Shan is such a big thing. In fact, if I can say so, that from the 8th century in Mewar, we had this motto of Jo Drad Rakhe Dharam Ko Tahi Rakhe Kartar. And if I can say so, this inspiration of Jo Drad Rakhe Dharam Ko Tahi Rakhe Talwar is actually the same what Guru Govind Singh Ji has said. Vahe Guru ka Khalsa, Vahe Guru ki Fateh. Exactly the same. So that inspiration could have come from Mewar. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Excellency.
sir.
Yeah.
Can I just ask one more? Because
Yeah, sure.
about this, right, sir.
Yeah, anyone else like to ask any other question? On, yeah, somebody.
Sir, my name is Brigadier MP Singh. I am a student of history and I have a very searching question. That is, IC-1 Brigadier K. Bhagwati Singh, who passed out in 1934 from the IMA, was a relation of yours. Could you tell us something about your heritage?
This is a very interesting question in a different way. You are very right. General Bhagwati Singh Ji was IC number 1 and he is my mother's brother. There was a time that all the nobles, we were 16 nobles in Mewar, and then there was a feudal system of 34, 64. In the times of Maharana Pratap, and from that time, we had to, so my father had to take permission to get married in the family of Amer. You know, that is the Man Singh's family. And they never used to allow it. I don't know how my father got the permission to get married into the families of Ambe, but we never wanted to get married into the Jaipur family. IC-1 is from the family of Amber, and well, I have a little blood from the Amir family also.
I hope that
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, please. Yeah.
Good afternoon, sirs. I'm Nidhi Sharma from Defence Account Service.
Yes.
Actually, sir, few months back, I had the privilege of visiting Kumbhalgarh and Chittor. So, like, while traveling, I could make out that these are not very far off places. And actually the fortress of Chittor is not very high when we viewed it from the top. I am not a student of history or anywhere, but just having a generic observations. There the guides told us about a lot of stories about Jaimal. Like I had not heard about him, and there's actually a mandir also which is over there, and the kind of bravery tales which he told that, actually the fortress was destroyed by a cannon, and the cannon hit him and it debilitated him, and the fortress was again rebuilt in a span of one night. And there were a lot of stories, so I wanted to know more about Jaimal because I am not very much clued on to the details. And
All right.
He's written a book. He's written a book on Jaimal, and if you can get hold of that book, all this is explained very well. But let him answer it.
My book is being released tomorrow. I'll be grateful if you buy it.
Chittor Fort has got two rivers. You have Gambhir and Bedich river. There are two rivers. So the fort was not sited just like this. The people who sited took the terrain into consideration and sited it beautifully. It's a beautiful piece of siting which has been done. Okay, it's not got too much of height, that is there. But then it had this inherent advantage of fighting. It's a different issue, it got lost. And about Jaimal, though, you can talk any amount of time because he really was left there to defend that fort. And he fought like there are legends like he fought with his head cut and all. Yeah.
Let me talk about the armaments. Akbar actually developed over a period of many years extensively good armaments, including cannons. As a matter of fact, after the siege of Chittor, he went and conquered Ranthambore, and I believe he carried a cannon which fired a 3,000 Mond shell into Ranthambore. That's what the report is. But during the siege of Chittor, these cannons were not that effective. The howitzers had not been manufactured at that stage. Otherwise, the balls could have gone inside the fort. So what Akbar did was, on the north side of Chittor, there was a small hillock. He wanted to exploit that hillock so that he could fire his cannons on a flat trajectory and destroy the walls. Every time he tried to do that, the Rajputs would not allow him to do that. So he then said that he will give a mohr to every laborer who throws a basket of mud on that hillock. And that hillock came up, and that hillock is visible now as Mohar Magri. If you go to Chittor, you will see Mohar Magri. It was an artificially created hillock. And from there, he took two cannons and blasted the walls of Chittor. When Jaimal, you are quite right, Jaimal had created a system where the moment the walls were destroyed, overnight they used to be reconstructed. When Jaimal had gone to get work on that, he found that the damage was not that much. The Rawat, Ballu Solanki, told him that you carry on, because he found that one of the Chundawat Sardars had died on another flank where there was another attack going on. So when he was turning, Akbar fired his matchlock. Now, there's a fascinating history of matchlocks as they developed in 16th century Rajputana, but I don't want to go into that. This was a very advanced matchlock, and it had the longest range, and Badayuni and Abul Fazl claimed that he killed the Jaimal, but no. He hit him on the thigh, and Jaimal collapsed, and then subsequently he died in the attack where riding on the shoulders of his nephew. That's a different story. But after that, they could not repair the walls. The walls could not be, but the main effort of the Mughals was tunneling. They tunneled at three places, and the tunnel succeeded in bringing down the walls. Only at one place where the tunnels could have succeeded, they had a premature ignition, which was maybe about 150 monds of explosive had been put, and it ignited prematurely. In my book, I've shown that this was ignited by the Rajputs themselves in a raid, and it killed about 500 of the Mughal troops.
Yes, I'll say that.
So the technology was advanced, but not that advanced as to make the forts redundant. But Chittor was the last fort held. Akbar ensured that no fort could be held after that. And that is why there's no siege warfare worth the name after Akbar.
Right.
4 months. It took 4 months.
Yeah.
Bahadur Shah took 8 months to capture Chittor. Akbar just took 4 months. And basically because of tunneling. And he made those sabats where he could move even elephants covered.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I'm keeping the time in view. First of all, I want to say that yes, let's be very clear with all the accounts given now by His Excellency and other panelists also. There is no denying the fact that it was Rana, Maharana Pratap who won this war. As a matter of fact, this is the first war of independence, despite the fact that all other leaders, Shivaji and they followed him. But this was the actual war which won, and which all till today, I mean, we draw inspiration from this great warrior, whom we all respect, and he's our inspiration for all of us. So I think so. We'll thank everyone here, but I'll just take 5 minutes more of yours. There's a little presentation I want to make to the His Excellency, which has been sent by my regiment, and of course a small little book release. Like. Gentlemen, this is just a compilation of 100 articles, editorial articles in different newspapers. The title says, Continuing Opinions in Difficult Times. It's just a soldier's, it doesn't have anything to do with the contents of the book. It's all the articles are here. The first book was released last year in MiLitFEST, sir. That was again, Berating with Opinions. That book also, this is the second book. This was the first book, this thing. Right. So this is the memento of Maharana. It says here, victory or death in battle has been the religion of the Rajputs since time immemorial. It is his character that he knows no fear. This is Maharana Pratap, Mount. Famous Mount Chinna. So these are two photographs which are at the old office. Again of Rana Pratap. And this is this is the front of our winter photograph. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I request people to move in for the next panel discussion. We will start in 5 minutes. So I'd request everybody interested in the next panel to move in to the venue A. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request everybody to move in as we are about to begin the next session, which is Make in India and the Nation's Security. I'd request all ladies and gentlemen interested in the topic to move in and settle down, please. Well, ladies and gentlemen, may I request everybody to settle down, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please settle down. I shall be very grateful because we are running out of time.
Unless we sit there, nobody.
So he's here. Right, ladies and gentlemen, the next topic of discussion is Made in India and the nation's security. It's a very contemporary topic and the most interesting of all that I see. We have a very esteemed collection of very esteemed people are here on the panel. Where's Amit Kaushik? We have Lieutenant General Arun Sani, who was the Southwestern Army Commander. We have General V.P. Malik, who was the Chief of the Army Staff during the Kargil War also. And Rahul Bedi is moderating the panel. He's been a journalist, he's been working with the Jain Defense Weekly, and he has been correspondent with them for over 28 years. Ladies and gentlemen, Make in India and the nation's security.
Hello, hello, hello. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think I'm keeping you from your lunch, so I'll be very brief. I have a distinguished panel here. On my left is General V.P. Malik, who was the Army Chief. Then I have Lieutenant General Sani, who commanded the Southwestern, he was the Northwestern Commander, Southwestern Commander in Jaipur. And I have Mr. Amit Kaushik from the Defense and Account Service. And we are here to discuss the Make in India, which is a very, very controversial sort of topic, because I think, I don't know if the panel will agree with me, but I think we have not really succeeded very much, making very much in India. I remember Prime Minister Modi inaugurating Aero India in 2015 when he talked very passionately about starting Make in India. But I think since we have not really made very much success. And the principal problem, unfortunately, which most people dance around, particularly the uniforms, the gladiators we see on television every evening, as well as the bureaucracy, there is one basic problem. Where is the money, honey? Because money is in short supply. And making in India entails a long gestation period of development. After all, Lockheed Martin and Boeing and Northrop Grumman and all the other corporations that we have, the original equipment manufacturers abroad, didn't become what they have overnight. So I think there is no instant gratification as far as this is concerned. The other problem we have is we want to hasten slowly. And I think whenever we are embarked on a project of hastening slowly, I think we tend to falter. And the other problem we have is our guidelines, which are extremely complicated, which are extremely bureaucratic. And I think there is a huge mismatch between what the uniforms want and what is actually necessary to build India's military capacity, which in itself is a very nebulous concept. And I think General Malik and General Sani will give us their views on building military capacity in keeping with a Make in India program. Well, to talk about Make in India, since 2014, 2015, there have principally been about 8 Make in India programs, which unfortunately have not really taken off. There's a program, and they're worth crores and lakhs of crores of rupees. We have a program for helicopters, naval helicopters, Air Force helicopters, Army helicopters. We have one for conventional diesel-electric submarines with air-independent propulsion capability and land attack capability. We have Make in India projects for minesweepers. We have another one which I think Mr. Kaushik will talk about is the project to make military transport aircraft, the Airbus C295. That again is a contract that's been negotiated, but for some reason has been in the pipeline for maybe about 7 years, but is still far from fruition. So we have a contract for assault rifles. We want about 750,000 assault rifles. And I think if we look at the track record of our equipment that we have built, for example, the assault rifle, the INSAS assault rifle, the 5.56 assault rifle that was built and commissioned into the Indian Army in the early 2000s, was decommissioned in 2010 because it was found operationally inadequate. And now the Army is short of carbines. So I think there is a huge shortfall equipment that has to be made up. And I think Make in India is one way to make up this shortfall. And even though we can't really make an assault rifle, conversely, we have developed very highly sophisticated long-range intercontinental ballistic missiles, intermediate-range ballistic missiles, and we have also built a nuclear submarine, and we are in the process of building nuclear attack submarines. So it's a little bit of a mismatch where we can develop things of such a sophisticated nature, and yet we can't develop something as simple and elementary as an assault rifle. I'll end with a small example. I'm sure people in the audience, especially those in the Air Force, remember the Marut project. 14 years after independence, India actually test flew successfully the HF-24 Marut, the Hindustan Fighter 24 Marut aircraft, and it was commissioned into the Air Force in 1967. It's a different matter that the aircraft failed, but had we persisted, I think the LCA program would not have been so delayed and so complicated. And I'll just end with reminding the audience of what Abdul Kalam, the head of DRDO, and then later the president said. He said, we are a nation of over 1 billion people who really think like 1 million people. And he said, we need to dream, dream, dream. And I think unless we dream, we cannot be successful in the Make in India project. And with that, I'll call upon Mr. Amit Kaushik, who I call the loot man, because he's from defense accounts, and he's the man everybody, when he was in service, loved to hate, because he was the guy who used to sign the checks for all the equipment and all the other revenue expenditure. And he writes extensively on military planning, particularly budgeting. And he works for the IDSA. And I hand over to you, Amitji, to tell us all about what the future of Make in India is as far as defense planning is concerned.
Thank you very much. I think you already started off by striking the nail on its head when you asked where's the money, honey. That indeed is, I think, the most fundamental problem in the system. Is the elephant in the room. But even if you were to have money, I think there are several other factors which, to my mind, seem to impinge on this whole aspiration for Make in India. Let me begin by saying that, if we have to have Make in India in defense, and I'm only focusing on defense, there has to be a clear-cut policy. Now, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm not really aware of any clear-cut, cut-and-dried Make in India policy on defense. We tend to, confuse the strategic partnership model, for example, with the Make in India policy. That, to my mind, is not the real stuff that a policy is made of. We have, in the process of trying to promote Make in India, introduced new elements in the system which have only contributed to creating further problems in achieving the objectives. For example, just to illustrate the point I'm making, at the policy level, there are two things that I could talk about to illustrate the point I'm making. The first is that if the intention is to have the equipment and the platforms made in India, we already have those categories called buy and make India and so on and so forth. We even had make, which was intended to promote the Indian industry, but they could tie up with the foreign companies. And basically all these, the categories, as we call them, procurement categories, aim at making the a foreign-made platform or equipment in India. Now, I don't know why at the policy level a new system called the, or model called the SP model had to be introduced, because same objective can be achieved by actually combining all these categories and making it easier for the foreign OEM to deliver. It's not as if this was not thought of. You know, if you look at DPP 2016, it does talk about, for example, there is a provision in the DPP which says that the foreign OEM can be allowed to pick up its Indian partner to make the equipment in India. I mean, that was the easiest way of going about achieving the objective of Make in India, whatever the objective, I mean, whichever way you define it. But, and there was a project that C295, I think you mentioned about it, where Airbus tied up with TASL, but unfortunately, because of, I think, some confusion about what our policy should be, that project is yet to take off. Had it actually taken off a couple of years back, I think by now, you know, a parallel capacity for aircraft building in the country would have taken roots. The second, as I said earlier, these are only illustrations of the kind of confusion, I think, which prevails at the policy level. The second example is indigenization. Now, we all talk about indigenization, which is a good idea, and it's a goal worth pursuing. But what exactly is meant by indigenization? And what should be the driving factor for indigenization? Again, I think there is lack of clarity on this. But if I pick up a leaf from the policy that has been promulgated by the Department of Defense Production for the DPSUs, it says, and not verbatim, but more or less it says that indigenization should result in substantial cost savings. Now, when you actually, indigenization is a learning curve. You can't really start off by making something which is cheaper than the cost of import. But if the driving factor behind indigenization is going to be cost saving, then it's going to be difficult. In any case, insofar as the strategic programs are concerned, cost saving cannot be the driving factor. But it continues to be because of the simple reason that that is what the only known policy which was promulgated by Defense PSU, Department of Defense Production for DPSUs talks about. So we need to be clear about, you know, what our policy is going to be insofar as Make in India in defense is concerned. Now, secondly, I think it's also extremely important to have an overarching composite, bespoke organization which deals with the entire gamut of activities related to Make in India, starting from research and development to, you know, prototype development and to productionization of the prototypes and so on. We started off very well, I must say, in 2001 or 2002 by setting up the Capital Acquisition Wing. But Capital Acquisition Wing is not an overarching organization. It doesn't really deal with the entire gamut of activities related to even procurement. As I'm sure the audience would be aware, you know, it's various agencies which play some role or the other in the entire procurement cycle. Somebody makes the SQR, somebody else issues the RFP, somebody is responsible for trials, somebody else is responsible for staff evaluation, somebody else is responsible for contract negotiations. DRDO plays a role in this, Defense Production plays a role in this, but all of these organizations is either completely independent of one another or at least semi-independent. Now, this is not how I think countries like USA, UK or France have achieved what they have achieved. So we ought to think about it. In fact, in 2016, the then Defense Minister did realize that, you have to have a composite organization, and the committee was set up, which recommended setting up of the Defense Acquisition Organization, but unfortunately it has not really taken off. I only hope that it's not really been completely shelved. The third thing that comes to my mind immediately, and you refer to it, but I want to add a nuance to it. We talk of the procedures. Now, it's actually, if I may be allowed to say so, it's very fashionable to say that the procedures are completely messed up and so on. Let's look at what the procedure is. The procedure has two aspects to it. One, if you go to the DPP, and let me clarify, DPP is not the only procedure which is followed in MOD. You have the Defense Procurement Manual, DRDO has its own manual, ordnance factories have their own manual. But let's focus on capital acquisition, because that accounts for about 1/3 of the total defense budget, as it were. It talks of about 11 or 12 stages. Now, I have been, there are many in the audience who would know better, but whatever little I know, the DPP first promulgated in 2002 has been revised several times. And every time the focus is on trying to simplify the procedure, but nobody has really been able to come out and point out which of these 11 or 12 stages can be done away with. My understanding of the system is that the problem is not with these stages. You cannot possibly completely do away with any stage. The problem is with the processes which are associated with each stage. So to go over from one stage to another, you have to follow a certain process which is either not clearly defined or it's very ambiguous. Just to illustrate, again, since I spend my lifetime dealing with finances, one of the stages in capital acquisition is contract negotiation, which is a very vulnerable, point in the entire system and takes a very long time. Now, why does it take a long time? I mean, it is the process which nobody has really gone into. You have to fix a benchmark. What is the system for fixing the benchmark? You look at DPP, DPM, or even GFR, which is the mother rule in the country. It doesn't talk about the techniques and the methodology per se of how to fix a benchmark. So every procurement actually runs into difficulty when you come to the stage of benchmarking. Contract negotiation also requires a certain amount of skill, set, which again is absent in the system because we have not been able to create that organization which will have the capability to develop the skills required for handling various functions. So when we talk of the procedural issues, I think the discourse has to be focused on the processes and not the stages. It sounds very funny and it actually draws a lot of applause when somebody says that, look at the system, it's so complicated, there are 12 stages and there are 80 touch points and so. I mean, the challenge is to actually come up with the ideas as to how to simplify it, which stage can be done away with, which touch point can be done away with. It's easier said than done, but we need to focus in academic discussions, in think tanks, in any other forum where it is possible, we need to focus on these issues. And all this is possible, as I said, if only you have a larger policy, because today we are mixing up the procedure with the policy. And the problem with mixing up of procedure and policy is that any deviation from the procedure is seen as a deviation from the policy. Now, which is a grave thing. You can't really deviate from the policy, but procedures are supposed to are meant to achieve the policy objective, and therefore it should be possible for the people working the policy to deviate from the procedures. But when the both things are mixed up, then people are afraid to take a call and take bold decisions, which could be seen as a deviation from the policy. But lastly, and I come back to the point that you started with, which is basically related to money. The problem in our planning has been that our plans are, as I see them, quite divorced from fiscal reality. The 11th plan, that is 2007-2012, which I had the privilege of dealing with from the finance side entirely. I am personally aware of the fact that there is a general conception that the finance ministry never tells you what kind of money will be made available. There is no commitment. While it may be true that there is no commitment per se, but it will be absolutely wrong to say that there is no indication of the kind of funds which are likely to be made available. For that plan period, the finance ministry had actually indicated what is the money that is likely to be given, not once but twice. Once before the pay commission recommendations were acted upon by the government, and once thereafter. But the problem was that our plans did not adhere to those indications given by the finance ministry. But that problem continues, and to again come back to a more recent example, in 2016 I remember reading the papers that there was a plan submitted to the United Commanders Conference which envisaged an outlay of 27 lakh crore. 27 lakh crore only for the armed forces. Now, even if you were to assume that there would be no additionality required for defense pensions, which incidentally have actually doubled in the last 5 to 10 years, and there is no requirement for, say, organizations like Border Roads or Coast Guard, or, DRDO, meeting that requirement of 27 lakh crore would have meant more than doubling the defense budget. Now, that would obviously not have been possible. But the entire focus, the entire discourse in the country, unfortunately, from my point of view, has been focused on issues which do not help. Like, for example, the tremendous effort and energy has been spent in advocating that the defense budget should be increased to 3% of the GDP. Even the standing committee had in the past repeatedly recommended, but nobody had a clue as to how can actually this be achieved. So we have two options or three options. One is to go on saying that we need more money, and unless more money is given, nothing can be done, and plan assuming that more money will be given, which is unlikely to be given, which means that right from the time the plan is made, it is unworkable. Or the other is to take this fiscal reality into account and plan accordingly. I think we would have gone far, far ahead had we actually adopted the second approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Amitji. What you're really saying is that we have to simplify procedures. And I think if anybody has been through the DPP, it's about 466 pages. And I think a lot of the paragraphs and a lot of the pages are virtually incomprehensible. And I think there is an exercise on which has to be completed by early 2020 to simplify procedures in the DPP. Now I'll call upon General Malik, former Army Chief, to demystify what the military really seems to want, because one of the problems is the mismatch between what the military wants and what the Make in India programs and the DRDO can really produce. I'm reminded of former Defense Minister Manohar Parrikar saying that a lot of the QRs that are drawn up by the military are out of Marvel comics, which means that the military is looking for equipment that simply does not exist. So, General Saab, I would like you to tell us how the military planning realistic planning is undertaken to build the country's military capacity.
Thank you. Rahul, before I go to this question of GSQR and give my own comments on that, this is one subject, I think, particularly armed forces in India, they have been crying about it for over 30 or 40 years, I can tell you that. And I'll give you a bit of history which needs to be remembered as a lesson. In the 90s, we were short of funds, the budget was inadequate, and we did not have any foreign exchange available to us. So we were put on what they call at that time hardcore availability of the weapons and equipment, which was 70 to 80% to be held by us from the authorization. I think it was called bottom line concept, if I remember, bottom line concept. Then soon after that, we raised 36 rifles, Rashtriya Rifles battalions, and for many years, no authorization of their WET, weapons and equipment tables, were not even sanctioned for that. 1998, we went in for nuclear test, and then we stopped getting any weapons equipment from abroad because of the sanctions that were slapped on us. So under those circumstances, we were, and mind you, in the meantime, we were fighting counterinsurgency operations, and of course, we were carrying out our training, so there was shortages building up more and more, not just 70%, but it kept, and that is what made me say during Kargil war that we shall fight with whatever we have. And that was the real serious situation. So as far as I am concerned, I think Make in India or self-reliance is one of the most important lessons that one has learned from Kargil war. In fact, there are 3 lessons in this concept. The first one that was that unless we become adequately self-reliant, our national security remains vulnerable. And that is something which needs to be remembered. If our policy makers have failed to achieve this for so long, it's something that should be concerning every citizen in our country. And they should be asking this question more often than they are doing at the moment in the parliament. So that is the first thing that I want to mention. The other thing that we learned during Kargil war, and that needs to be kept in mind, is that in every urgent purchase that we did or we tried to do during Kargil war, my lesson was every vendor, no matter from which country, no matter whether they were friends, known, unknown people, they all tend to exploit that situation. And I can give many examples. We tried to purchase 2 regiments worth of Denel guns, 155mm guns, from South Africa. Initially, they said that they will give us these weapons. And then subsequently, when it came to asking them to deliver, they said, no, we do not have any new weapons. We will only give you the ones which they have already abandoned because they had carried out reorganization, refurbished. But that was not good enough for us, in any case, that wouldn't have come. We were short of ammunition. We went to one country, asked them for ammunition. They gave us ammunition which was, I think, about 1970 vintage. And half of it was dud ammunition. That was 130mm. No, I'm not talking about any country. But I'm not naming any country. So there were people who promised us that we'll give you satellite imagery. Each frame of satellite imagery was costing 36,000. And when those frames came to us and we saw them, they were 3 years old, of no use to us. So similarly, there were many such promises, and that is why immediately after Kargil war, my first thing was, for heaven's sake, you can't have people us dependent on the imports from abroad. Mr. Kaushik has mentioned, it is true that people tend to blame the army or the navy or the air force that you are fond of importing things. that you are the ones who have not permitted the self-reliance to proceed forward, which is not correct. Because all of us, we have faced that situation and we have realized that, and we have supported. For example, I know that DRDO has carried out twice studies, and they have taken sanction from the government of India that in so many years they will produce 70% of the equipment and only 30% will be imported. And the money was sanctioned by the cabinet. But at the end of that many years, I remember distinctly that the situation remained the same, 70-30, 70 import and 30. So, I mean, I mentioned all that just to emphasize the importance and the fact that we are not raising adequate questions. Now, as far as GSQR is concerned, that's your question that you raised. Firstly, let's face it, that the role of technology in weapons and equipment today is absolutely critical. You have to have better technology in your weapons and equipment than your likely adversaries. And nobody is prepared to give you technology from abroad without asking for money. They need money, they will ask for that. And same thing is that one of the reasons why there is hardly any FDI as far as import of defense equipment is concerned in the last so many years, despite our promises that we have. It is because if you do not have the money, they are not prepared to come. And I've got the figures of the FDI incidentally. This is after making an announcement. In 2014-15, the FDI was $0.08 million. In 15-16, it was $0.10 million. In 16-17, nobody came from abroad to bring us the technology from abroad. In 2017-18, it was $0.01 million worth of FDI. And in the last year, it did slightly better, 18-19, it is $2.18 million. So the situation has improved only in the last 1 year. Now, GSQ are of course, prepared by our own people, and while we are preparing the GSQR, we have to understand that we can neither ask for the moon and have the same kind of weapon system that, let's say, the Americans are having or somebody else is. And similarly, you can't accept something which is not even good enough as your neighbors have. So you have to be pragmatic about it, and you have to pitch for something which is available. But with that, there is always a timeline. The technology today is moving much faster than it did, say, 10 years or 20 years ago. The weapon system they had a life of 30 years, of 35 years, or 40 years earlier. Today they become redundant after 10 years because of the technology. So you have to pitch your timeline along with the technology that, okay, by so and so years, I must get that. If you don't get that weapon system for 10 years or 15 years, then I'm afraid, then it becomes useless after some time. That is one major problem that we have always faced with both the DRDO, the developers, as well as our production agencies. That they promise us that we'll give it to you by so and so year. And I faced that situation again during Kargil war. We were about to buy weapon locating radar from from the US companies. And at the last moment, the DRDO put his foot down and he said, no, we will give it to you in the next 2 years. And then after 3 years, 2 years or 3 years, the war started. Now we were not getting any weapon system from abroad because of the sanctions. And the same equipment, weapon locating radar, we bought in 2003 for double the cost. I mean, that's well known. If we had the weapon locating radar during the war, we would have definitely suffered much lesser casualties. So when we are talking of GSQR, I agree with you that there is no need for us to ask for the moon, but we have to have the timeline along with the GSQR before that particular technology becomes redundant. And I also believe that yes, we should remain flexible to the extent it is possible. You know, there is no need for us to keep updating the GSQR because of some development that have taken in foreign countries. That cannot be this thing. But as I said, that if you don't give it, that weapon system or equipment to us in time, then there is no alternative left except to go abroad and then buy it in a hurry. But most of the weapons have come from abroad because of this reason, that either we have not closed the orders with the DRDO, and we have not been able to get them on time. But I still believe that problem is not GSQR. It is not so much, I mean, I'm not saying that it is not so much the GSQR. The problem still remains our bottlenecks of, as Mr. Kaushik said, he said policy, he said about the systems, he said about the processes and all. I can't imagine that for last 30 years, we have not been able to sort this out. Why? We are the people who are practicing processes. We are the people who are also laying down the system that should be followed by us, whether it is DPP, and then the processes thereafter, and yet we have not been able to sort it out. How is it that it's not something that we cannot tackle it? It's just that we just do not want to. Firstly, most important thing I believe, I have seen it in practice, is that every one of our department works in silos. They do not share information with each other. There will be a file which will be lying with the, let's say, defense and accounts people, so it will keep rotating there for some time. It will take a few weeks, maybe sometime months also, and then it goes to the other department, and then it comes. So this kind of a thing, that the files keep moving from one office to the other office, and that is something that has to be sorted out. We can all sit together. Why keep secret from each other? Why not sort of share? After all, it's a national problem today. We just don't want to share these things with each other, and as a result, we spend so much of time in. There used to be a problem that we faced about the testing that took place when the weapons or equipment came to the armed forces for the testing, and they took a very long time, sending it from Rajasthan to Ladakh and places like that. And I tried my best at that time. I'm sure by now, this is, we are talking 20 years later, things must have improved. Now, these are something that has to be done in the national interest, and if we are not doing it, then we are failing. We are failing it. So, the other point that I want to mention, which Mr. Kaushik has said correctly, and this is the acquisition agencies and procurement agencies and all. Every country today abroad, whether it is UK or it is France or it is, they have got an independent organization, independent body, self-contained with all the expertise that is required and autonomous, only reporting to their defense minister, which deals with all these acquisition. Today we have an acquisition council, but then in that acquisition council, again, there are different departments which are represented there, and after the council has given its recommendations or orders, and thereafter you again go back to the same old procedures and processes, etc. But why can't we have an agency, like people have it in abroad, which has been given certain autonomy to work with, and like in UK, there is a National Defence Industries Council, a forum in which the Ministry of Defence and Industry and industry, please note that, both private as well as this thing, they meet regularly to discuss important issues, develop policy, and practice through a range of joint activities. Similarly, most countries also have an independent body for qualitative assessments. You know this, we have DGQA, for example. The funny thing about our organization is that the finance, the people who need these weapon systems, the services, the people who develop them, people who manufacture them, and people who are responsible for their testing and this thing, they are all under one department. And they are all working in silos. There is hardly any interaction with each other. Things may have improved slightly now. I retired so many years ago. But that continues to be the major problem. And I think we have to, we need to learn from what the other countries are doing in order to make sure that, you know, the big hurdle is the progress in technology and how we have to now match with the kind of progress that is taking place abroad. So as far as I am concerned, you know, people also, I think private sector you mentioned. I think one more point that I want to mention here is this technology from abroad. I have spoken to many people abroad, and they tell you frankly, straight away, there is a mismatch between the way we work, the private sector, and the way the defense PSUs or the ordnance factories work in India. The culture is totally different. You know, we have 39 ordnance factories and we have 9 or 10 defense PSUs. Our culture is totally different. There's a total mismatch. Our defense PSUs, our ordnance factories cannot move an inch without taking orders from the Joint Secretary or the Additional Secretary or those who are located in the Ministry of Defense. And they have total autonomy in their this thing. So they don't mind collaborating with private sector because private sector thinks more like them, but they have this reluctance of this thing. So this is another problem that we have to face. This is a practical problem. I don't believe that we will have too many people coming to collaborate with our ordnance factories or our but if you have the private sector coming in and you give them adequate autonomy, I believe that more manufacturers from abroad, the OEM people, they'll be willing to come into this. So I just want to leave 3 points. First is, I think there is a need for greater transparency. We are too much into this confidentiality and secrecy and all that. Everybody today knows as to what weapon systems are being produced or will be produced in the next 10, 15. And far too much of secrecy and, as I said, compartmentalization, people working in queues. So we require that. Second, I would say, whatever you may do, without adequate money, you, particularly for capital purchases, you will not be able to get technology from abroad, and therefore you will fail. One of the industrialists this year only, he told me, after our budget, when I was talking to him, mind you, he is indulging, he is involved in the, but he said, कि अब आगे क्या होगा? आपके पास पैसे नहीं हैं, तो हम क्या आपको produce करके दे सकते हैं? You know? So if you don't have the money, what the hell, what are we going to do about it? And he was quite candid about it. And the third one is that I still feel that there is too much of protection being given in the Ministry of Defense to our public sector. There is a nexus which has developed over 50 years between the public sector and the Ministry of Defense and people who are working there. And we're trying to protect them both for political reasons as well as for other reasons. And we are not giving a level playing field to our private sector. Unless you give level playing field to the private sector and give them some, you know, I mean, they're not just followers, they have to be partners. And only then you will find faster development of weapons and things. As far as the cost, Mr. Kaushik, I also want to mention, it's not Correct. I don't think we are following the cost saving because in the Make in India. I remember when we placed an order of 124 Arjun tanks. At that time, we bought T90 tank. Each piece was 9 to 10 lakhs. 9 to 10 crores, sorry, 9 to 10 crores. Okay, and we placed those orders for 124 tanks, Arjun tanks. Each one, I remember, was 23 crore rupees. But because it was Make in India, we said it doesn't matter. We are prepared to do that. That is the, I mean, it is not that we are not supporting it is not that we are not supporting what is being made in India. Definitely not because of the cost. Thank you.
Well, there's two things I'd like to mention. One is General Malik was referring to the problem of equipment. I think the audience should know that last year, I think in March or April, the Vice Chief of Army Staff deposed before the Parliamentary Defence Committee, where he said that 68% of the Indian Army's equipment was in the vintage category, 24% in the current category, and just 8% in state-of-the-art category. The second point I'd like to make is that, we have been over the last 8 or 10 years trying to collaborate with the Americans in something initiative called the DTTI, the Defense Technology Initiative, which basically talked about collaboration between American companies and Indian companies to produce 4 what they call Pathfinder projects. They've all failed. Next week, we are going to sign an agreement with the Americans for something called the Industrial Security Annex, which is basically an agreement in which technology is transferred to the private sector and not only to the public sector. And the third point I'd like to make is there is no investment whatsoever in this country in human capital. We are training our boys and girls in IITs and technical institutions for employment in Lockheed Martin, in Boeing, and companies abroad. Nobody is really, I mean, I'm sure all of us sitting in this hall have stories about how people have been harassed or how people have just fled from this country because they haven't received the necessary encouragement or support. I think there's one panel member who actually was supposed to be here, a gentleman called Vivek Lal, who heads Lockheed Martin, and earlier he headed Boeing and was responsible for selling India a whole lot of naval maritime reconnaissance aircraft, selling us the C-17 heavy transport aircraft, selling us UAVs. He tried working for an Indian company for 2 years, fled, went off and joined Lockheed Martin. So with that, I'll turn to General Sani to tell us his experience with the industry, because he deals in cybersecurity and with cyber issues. So I turn to General Sani to give us his perspective on what he thinks really honestly needs to be done. Sir.
So thank you very much. Delighted to be with such an august gathering on the panel. I think bashing the government and the subject of Make in India has become par for the course. What I would like to start by, just flagging 3 issues when you look at the Make in India program. If today I'm holder of a captive technology and I have a market which requires that time and again, would I like to share that and have another competitor come in the middle? No. So the answer is that any critical technology that you need to meet the aspirations of your armed forces will have to be made in India. And that's where the DRDO role should have been and should have stayed. Where they concentrated on technology, there has been success. But today, they're transgressing from technology providers to wanting to be the manufacturers, because that seems to be where the money is. So I think that's the first dichotomy that we need to look at. Second thing I think that we have to look at is that the slogan shouting is extremely good on the political platform. Where it was dealing with social issues, the Swachh Bharat, the ODF campaign has been brilliant. Why? Because it was to hit the mind, change our cultural practices, change the social taboos that we had about dealing with both these issues, and sort of it required a change in the mindset in society. So perceptions had to be changed, so those slogans were great. We started with the slogan of Make in India. It's a great slogan, absolutely brilliant, but I think this required a lot more work to be done before it had to be put in shape, because you needed two issues. Giving a slogan from the top required the state governments to also come on board, oblique the areas where you want to do these developmental projects had to come on board. So I think the amount of time we spent on getting the process right before we started shouting on the rooftops of Make in India has been a little detrimental in the progress that we've made. And now as we see after 5 years, we're in Make in India 2.0. The issue that I would like to flag, that is what I think most of us all felt as a user, and now when I look at it from the outside, I think all our policies and procedures are based on mistrust. It's based on, the focus is on process and procedure and not on the end result. India is the only country in the world which makes its own rules, uses those rules to kick your own butt here. I mean, it doesn't happen anywhere in the world. If I want an equipment, I need to get that equipment. But I take recourse of that rule and regulation and the bureaucratic process, and I kick myself and say, sorry, process to be cancelled, RFP is withdrawn, reissue the whole story, you're back 10 years. So I think whenever we are doing this DPP 2020, please let us look at making these processes and procedures as facilitators and not as embargoes and bottlenecks that need to be crossed before you want to take it ahead. I was asked, I'll look at 3 issues that they'd asked me. Doables in Make in India program based on the technology stretching. I'll talk about that later. Feasibility of the recent proposal of technology and talent sharing between DRDO and public and private sector. Can it work in our highly bureaucratic system? And the last is role of users being the practitioners in promoting and ensuring that this Make in India happens. So I thought the best way to start with this is, instead of bashing and looking at rules and regulations, I'll talk about 3 incidents and it'll bring out certain issues. Maybe that should be the cornerstones for tomorrow's changes in our processes and procedures. Let me look at the first incident. The cockpit display of the Sukhoi was looked at to become a project to be indigenized in India in 2005 and 6. The company went to the DRDO, went and saw the models of the Sukhoi 30s that were coming in, said, okay, and everybody said, this is made in India, this is indigenized, but the cockpit display unit, which is what everyone sees, was not made in India. So what did this company do? Samtel spoke to the DRDO. DRDO said, great, we will support you. How did that support? They gave financial assistance by the DRDO for them to develop the technology. They set up a board where you had the user, the scientist and the academia to guide him so that he made that prototype in the manner that it was desired. It was tested under the aegis of this committee that was formed, and thereafter, once they had got it meeting the standards, it went into the manufacturing stage. So this whole story where the risk was of putting in money, of developing the technology, getting the prototype, getting it tested, getting it approved to meet the parameters was done. And so we had a success story. Let me take a second example. What were the lessons in this? Financial support was provided, but the R&D was jointly developed between the DRDO's scientific brain and the brain from outside. Where you needed help of the academia, those scientists were already roped in. There was testing facilities provided by the armed forces or by the organization, that's the government, and this cutting edge technology had been now made and was ready to be utilized to save huge amount of money which we were spending to give to Thales. So the risk and cost of development was taken. There was trust between the two, and I think the most important bit was that you then finally got a product which was competitively priced. Let me look at the second example. I always talk about this because I went and saw this facility about 2 years back, and I thought it was absolutely amazing. There's a company called Centrum Electronics. He was into, the gentleman who runs that in Bangalore, came back from studying abroad, came in, had an option, mobile and telecom was on, he went into it, he realized that's a dead end, managed to get a breakthrough in ISRO. Went and said, listen, why do you make everything yourself? Why don't you come and tell me what to do? So what did ISRO do? They gave him as a test case. And just as a test case, they hand-holded him, guided him to what he had to make. They came and upskilled his workforce. And today he's got, every time there is a skilling, upgradation of a new technology, it is guided by, under the supervision of ISRO. And in the last satellite that went up, 500 parts were manufactured by this company. From a newborn baby in 2005, it's a 1,000 crore company in a matter of 12 to 15 years. What is the bottom line? Hand-holding by the user, by the developer, by the scientist for joint development, doing initially the build to print and then ensuring that his products came into the pipeline. The third case I'll take, I talk about, which was mentioned by Mr. Kaushik as well, you looked at the Tatas. I thought the TASL did a great job. They went into the JVs. So today you had, with the Apaches, you had the C-130s, you got the Airbus, the Pilatus, and we've now also, they were also doing the engine for the GE. So today, in a matter of using the offset principle by setting up joint ventures, they developed niche technologies. They indigenized this product and became part of the global supply chain. Today, whether it's the C-130, whether it's the Apache, they're part of the global supply chain. So what has happened? Big industry slowly built up an ecosystem, was ready to pill up, and that's how, when you say the Avro replacement is being looked at very seriously, which is waiting the CCS approval, you've got industry today ready to become a parallel aircraft manufacturer in the country. Now let me just take these three incidents and then go back to what does the manufacturing process depend on for a Make in India? Depends on technology. The technology nobody will share, what I said earlier. If I've got a captive market, why should I give it to India? I'm going to still keep selling in the market. So I don't do it. So I work myself. So this hand-holding is required till you get the technology right. You require special instrumentation, you require special facilities that have to be created to make the prototype, test the prototype, and say, okay, now the benchmark is right. So this process is what we call about a non-recurring expenditure related to the Make in India process in any industry. The recurring expenditure is what? The supplies of you procure the material, make the item and put it into the pipeline, and you can now competitively price it. When you competitively price it within the country, you can also get into the global supply chain. So there is an injection and an impetus to continue to do better. So I think when we look at all these things, I think today in all our policies, whether it is the DRDO, the same DRDO was a success story in making items and sub-assemblies in India. And this process can be scaled up right up to the level of a platform. Now, so what do we require? Please ensure that the risk-taking capability and the R&D development, which is under the NRE, is taken by the government of India in a manner, whether it is the DRDO, whether it is provided as a impetus under Make One, that 90-10%, let it whatever be, so you will see success coming in out there. And the recurring expenditure, leave it to the gentleman who's going to do it outside. So if that happens, this NRE-RE thing, I think we will have success in being able to transform this technology to that. The second issue that comes up is the DRDO has put up all these lists of about 22 technologies which they're willing to give to the private sector to come and take it and start work. I'm sorry, I think something what Rahul said correctly. Human obsolescence, as far as the DRDO's scientific brain is concerned, except in certain sectors, is actually terrible. It's actually afflicting the system. I do not produce a cutting-edge technology, so why should anybody in the private sector take it here? I mean, I'm not here to do a build to print. So please only provide me technology which is be cutting edge. So if I have a base, let me inject with the private sector and go into that. And maybe I think, as I keep saying, one of the best examples the Indian Armed Forces has is the VESI model of the Navy, where all your technology experts are outsourced. These boys come inside, you have a regular contract every year of 30 or 40 employees. You decide and keep whom you want every year. Whom you don't want, you get a new boy in to meet the latest technology. The DRDO becomes from scientist A, B, C, D, E, F, I just want to go up. So it doesn't make a difference. So it's a promotion, it is linked, there is no accountability. So I think the technology that they're offering is also not the answer for the private sector to come into the build to print area. So what I would say, as far as this is concerned, what can be done? I would put it like this. We need to look at a disruptive methodology of functioning. Let's look at the DARPA model. I think the DRDO needs to be restructured and focused to remain only in developing niche technologies and not in the manufacturing or in the process of getting the prototypes ready. What do they do? And where the private industry is getting hurt, they'll have technology models, TM, or what is technology development models come up. They don't take the user on board. They make this TD. The private industry feels that he's contributing and putting his money in to develop a niche technology or a platform. And then they say, sorry, the armed forces don't want it. So I think the mismatch of not keeping the user in the loop is the problem that happened. The success story initially of the defense going in when we had CCR&Ds who were all ex-army guys, I think there is a requirement today with what the chief mentioned, the changing nature and the fast pace of technology changes. We have some brilliant guys in the armed forces. Those people from the technical arms need to go and work in these establishments after they've gone through the basic. So he understands the user's perspective, he understands what is there in the niche technology. So when he comes and makes the GSQR and PSQR, he's aware of the technology and knows the balance between A and B. So you'll have a balanced GSQR, a PSQR coming in. Do not send him on permanent deputation to that organization, because then he'll fall into the human obsolescence space. We don't want that. Let him go and work 5 years, come back here. Because he's a tech, and he'll love it. I mean, if I was a mechanical engineer or a cyber engineer or somebody who's dealing with IT electronics, I'd love to go and do something which sharpens my mind. All other armies in the world do it, but not in India. So I think this is an area where we could look at very seriously if we want thinking of the user's GSQR to be contextual to the technologies that are emerging, are available in the market, in the world platform. You will then get the right mix, because they would be educated. Two more other issues that I would like to say is, I think we need to also look at very seriously issues of a user maturity. And as I said, minute we have this bit going across, working in industry, the maturity of the organization within the users will also happen. We have a great example of the Navy. I mean, we went to 71 war, we lost the Kukri, but I'm told that for a certain portion of the time, that ship was actually carrying out a testing of some sonar equipment, which is now by far the best in the world that we have. So we've also gone through that phase where actually during the war phase, you actually had testing being done for an equipment which a lot of people say was the reason why that thing got hit, because it wasn't fast enough to move. But we actually reached there, but that's not the way we want to do, but they will come in. I think making money is not a bad word. So please allow the private industry to make money. I mean, he's not here for social welfare. So I think this whole story of wanting to cut his legs down, I think please allow him to make money, let him get reasonable money, and there are people who are playing at the top, have very, as much nationalistic interest. So I think if we look at it in that basis, we might go ahead and become much better. 2-3 quick issues on the relationship to what he said, doables in Make in India. I think the telecom electronics industry is something which is doable. The area in the auto industry today, we have done all these build to prints. We are already into the stage of actually replicating those parts by indigenous technologies. So when you're looking at the electronic cars or the EV, the electric cars, that's the area we need to go. Look at what many industries took out an electric car in the 1990s. Which has now been bought by Mahindra. So we have technology. These are sectors where we should concentrate to become masters. We should have a car which has an Indian name and not a BMW or a Merc which floats around on the thing, or the Audis. Let's have something which comes out from India. It is feasible. And the electric country. So now for this, what will happen is we have to be careful that when you're trying to breach into a new domain, the players internationally do not allow this to happen. We used to say when we were youngsters, I did a 3-year tenure in Moscow, they used to say that any endorsement of the file in the Ministry of Defense on a file was known to the Russians before it was known to the hierarchy within the army. We are now in the same stage as far as the Israelis are concerned to an extent, I feel. They know about what's happening more than we know it sitting outside. I know we have a senior general here, with due respect, sir, but that's how the system works. So our system itself is convoluted. Today, if the private industry wants to come up, the DPSUs and the Ordnance Factory Board does not want them to come up because they're losing out their space here. So this is where the political will have to come in. If there is political will, we'll go ahead with it. Last issue, look at our non-tariff barriers in a very great manner. I was asking somebody in an interaction that we had with the Chinese think tank in Singapore, one of the issues, everybody keeps talking that our drugs are not allowed in and you need drugs. They have a process of 8 years of testing, which is laid down. It has to go through 6 districts for that drug to be tested. And after 8 years, they'll say, okay, now you can introduce this drug into our market. So these non-tariff barriers have to be looked at. Just look at how our rubber industry is. If I have to get raw rubber into the country, I pay 25% duty. But when I get a rubber product, which is ready, I pay 10% duty. So I think our regulatory, our tax regimes, our GST systems, and the policy and procedures need to be looked at very, very holistically. We do not want to give protectionism, but I think you seriously need to look at the issue of putting in barriers to ensure that you get quality and not trash coming into the country under the garb of this cheaper product. And the L1, T1 is a story which all of us are very familiar with. There are means and ways to get over this L1 system, because if we get over the L1 system, we will go ahead. Political signaling is as important in the Make in India initiative as it is required in nuclear deterrence. So if there are projects of private industry which are sitting at the threshold to be cleared, if they clear it, you will give a shot in the arm to the private industry and see it going ahead. But if you don't give it a shot in the arm, I'm sorry, you'll cut your own feet. But leaving on a positive note, I always feel we as Indians are extremely fortunate. The cycle and the mass of the movement towards the change forces a change over a period of time. But in this case, we'd like to do it faster. And that's where I think these policy initiatives will make all the difference. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, General Sani. I think this reminds me of the old saying, I'll make it a little polite, that if my aunt had a mustache, she'd be my uncle. I think political will and political change is something that takes a very long time in coming. We've had some very robust presentations. I think Mr. Kaushik wants to make a point about the Arjun tanks.
See the examples that you gave, it is illustrative of a point you yourself made, namely the protectionist policies of the Ministry of Defense. Now, I think it was possible in that case only because it was coming from the ordnance factory. Now, even today, unfortunately, there is no policy. In fact, yesterday there was a seminar at IDSA where this very issue came up, that if you were to buy something from the private sector, which is costlier than the cost of import, is there any enabling provision in the policy which would permit it? And the answer, unfortunately, is no. So the discussion was focused on what can be done about it, and I also gave a suggestion, which is that, today you have since 2017 a policy which is called public procurement preference to Make in India or something, where you give preference, price preference to the local, quote unquote, local suppliers vis-a-vis non-local suppliers, and there is a margin of about 20% or so. If they are higher, they get 50% of the, there are ifs and buts. Now, you can do the same thing. Even if there is no competition between the Indian manufacturer or supplier with the foreign supplier from the private sector. As long as it is from the DPSU or the ordnance factory, there may not be any problem. But when it comes to the private sector, this problem will come up. And therefore, unless there is a provision in the policy, in the procedure, today policy and procedure, as I said earlier, are mixed up. So there has to be some kind of enabling provision. Secondly, the point that I made is based on a policy which has been promulgated by the Department of Defense Production only recently, I think last year or earlier this year, where it says, actually it emphasizes on cost saving as one of the objectives of indigenization. So taking a cue from that, the entire system is looking at import substitution only through the prism of cost saving. Now, if we were to promote the Indian industry, then we cannot adopt this principle. The good news is that the DPP, DPM, which are under revision, now all these issues are being discussed and debated. And the focus, it's a very extensive exercise where about 13 subcommittees are involved in looking into various aspects of the procedure. And the idea again is not only to simplify the processes, but also to look at the policy measures which can be taken to promote the Indian industry. There's one point I would like to make about what you said. There's 2 points. One is about the L1 T1. Now, in a different way perhaps, but DPP 2016 does provide for this L1 T1 model when it talks about the enhanced performance parameters. Now, it may not meet the aspirations, but then you have to learn from experience. In the last 2-3 years, there have been hardly any cases where EPP model has actually, though there are some cases in the offing, but if we are able to stabilize this system, then we can move on to something else. So that's one good thing which has happened. The second thing is about the distrust that you talked about. Distrust. Now, I don't think, frankly, I mean, based on my experience of handling both revenue procurement and capital procurement, that the systems and procedures are predicated on this inherent distrust. Though this is the common narrative, I am aware of it, and it is very, it's a widely held belief. But I don't think that is true, because the entire process, insofar as the capital acquisition is concerned, basically it's driven by the services. And there is no element of distrust when it comes to GSQR formulation, for example, which is the starting point. It's an exercise entirely which is within house, within the services. It's approved by the SEPC and so on and so forth. So there is this, I think we need to start looking beyond this, and we need to maybe come up with concrete suggestions as to how to deal with this perceived distrust.
I think time's running out. I open the floor to questions. Please identify yourself and ask any of the panelists anything that you'd like to ask them. Do I see some hands?
Hello. Hello. Sir, my question is to all the members. Sir,
can you identify yourself, please?
My name is Jashandeep Singh.
Keep the mic close to your...
Okay. Sir, my name is Jashandeep Singh, and my question to you is, what is the role of bureaucracy in all the establishments in the armed forces?
Sir, I would like to reassure myself at one count.
Just a minute, just a minute. Just a minute, ma'am.
Okay.
There's somebody ahead of you.
So, what is the role of bureaucracy in the role of acquiring the technology?
Role of bureaucracy in acknowledging technology,
yes,
acquiring technology.
Yes, sir.
Role of bureaucracy in acknowledging technology. Quick answer.
Quick answer is that I don't think there is any problem. As I said, I don't think there is a problem. Unless you can actually specify what exactly you think the problem is with the bureaucracy, it's difficult to answer that question.
Sir, how can a bureaucracy solve all the problems related to the armed forces? Because bureaucracy...
See, the decision as to what is to be bought, etc., as I just mentioned, the GSQR formulation, etc., is not done by the civil bureaucracy. And the civil bureaucracy, to my knowledge and belief, it never questions the technology that the armed forces are asking for. So bureaucracy doesn't play a role in determining what technology is to be acquired, what equipment is to be acquired. The question is of the process of taking the proposal to its fruition. And where the problem comes in is money, and not because the bureaucracy has some say in deciding the technology. At least that is not my perception. If you can specify some example as to where you think bureaucracy is coming, I can perhaps address it.
Yes, ma'am.
Being a practical woman, pragmatic, I'd like to reassure myself that I have seen, I'm married to an army officer, my brothers, yes, they were veterans, and instead of getting new technology, I think there is a vital need of being familiar with your equipment. Like we were in Ambala when the 71 war was happening. And in spite of having better equipment, the F-16s of Pakistan, the F-16s and all that, we got the better of them because we were familiar with our equipment. Am I right?
General Malik?
Yeah, of course you are right. The only thing is that after some time, the technology gives us the upper edge on the adversary. Look, the man behind the gun is always more important. That we have been saying and we have been teaching, and so there is no doubt about that part. But the point is that today when there is so much of technology involved in every equipment that we have got. So we have to keep upgrading our equipment depending upon what our likely adversaries are going to have are having it.
Second point, sir, may I ask the second question? Please. How is our indigenous Arjun tank? Has it been inducted? How is it performing?
General Sani?
Ma'am, I think it's been a success, a partial success story, because the way it came out finally in its weight and its other configuration, its employability has got restricted into the terrains that we have to, so it has got marginalized into that corner. But again, the issue that remains to be seen is the accuracy of its fire is extremely potent. There is no doubt about it. It can match any of the best in the world. But the issue finally comes in is that today, in the scheme of operational art which you need to function, does that weight and its impediments related to the weight add on to your operational efficiency, or does it detract you from that? So I think as a standalone, it was a success story, but I think in the overall matrix of our operational requirement, it has a limited use, and that's why it's got limited in its employment.
And the third point, sir, how is our advanced training jet performing? The advanced training jet, the airplane.
Ma'am, if you had the best to get from outside, as I said, these are great technology achievers, but are they contemporary with the technology currently in place? Maybe the question is no. So I think what the DRDO also needs to do is that when you make a particular product and have a finished product, there has to be a concurrent and a constant process of upgradation. If you look at the M109, the SP gun which is used in the US Army today, it's now the M109A5. It's the A5 version in 20 years or 25 years that it's been in service. Why should I have a technology of the 80s still being current and be touted as the best? So I need to have an upgrade. When we got the T90s and we had the technology upgrades at the T72, why didn't we upgrade it with the technology? So I think the job of the technology maker in India is to also endeavor to make it better and contemporary to the current technology that is available, and that is not happening because the DRDO feels हमने दे दिया, the next money is only in the new technology development where the accountability is low. So they don't look at the current topics.
There is one point here I want to make here is that, none of our defense PSUs or ordnance factories who have been producing the stuff for us, they somehow do not try to upgrade the equipment that they have got. There is no product improvement involved. The same thing is being churned out over and over again for so many years. I mean, I see no reason. The compasses that we were using in the First World War are a little later, so that continues to be produced even, till recently. Now, of course, things are different. So this product improvement aspect in the ordnance factories and the defense PSUs has somehow never been encouraged.
Any other questions?
So I have a point to make. I feel that the value system of the people who make our stuff, the value for the soldier who's going to use it is not there, because in India, a soldier and a man is dispensable. Is that what? That's the feeling I get, because I've served at the Siachen Glacier and I've served everywhere where it could be. I seriously feel that there's an utter lack of interest given to anything that you would like to manufacture, including the Arjunsa, which you said is still not perfect to it. And it was there when I was, I had seen already the 13th prototype of it. We had Ajay's coming in after that, which was a copy of the T-72s, which were terrible in the making. The gun stabilizing system was terrible. The ammunition supplied was even worse because there are a lot of guns that burst inside the tank. So the person who makes this, I think it's an ethical thing between the mindset of the people who make it for the soldiers, and do they value their soldiers that much or not?
General Sani? Do they value the soldiers?
So I think, let me just put it, I think the factor of accountability is very important. I think if today I get promoted for having created a technology in the DRDO, then I should be held accountable in the DPSU and the OFB if I produce bad stuff. Have we ever heard of anybody getting sacked for that? Today you have crores of ammunition lying, which is corroded before time, but nobody to account for it. We've had, as he correctly said, you had what, 1200 barrel bursts, and out of that 800 barrels were produced by Kanpur. Have we really done a quality upgrade? So I think this quality upgrade bit that is required, the product improvement, which is actually again a part of a process. This is the process that has to go in. Not the process of saying ki bottom line L1 hum Kanpur se lete hain, it is easier to get it from there instead of getting it from the guy who manufactures outside. That procedure needs to change. The process of his to do a product improvement has to come into being.
So may I have the other important point here, if I can, is that, you know, we have to have cross-posting of experts from the armed forces, from the academia, from the financial experts, and the other people who are involved in the production system and all. Somehow that is not coming through at all. People continue to work in their own silos. Some people from the armed forces who are posted to these defense PSUs or ordnance factories, they are only utilized as administrative officers. They are not utilized for example, as I mentioned about the DGQA, for the testing. Now, there are a number of armed forces officers there, but they adopt a different culture altogether. And they, after some time, you know, they have nothing to do with the armed forces. They don't come back, as Arun was suggesting.
Well, I think we've come to the end of our session.
I have one last question.
Sorry, sir, last question.
So, this is regarding DRDO and the applicability. Long time back, we had mooted the idea that any new...
Sir, can you just ask a question because we're running short of time?
The new weapon systems, whichever comes, when we procure, in that we should also add in a factor of 2, 3, 4, depending on the cost factor of a particular weapon system, which should be procured and immediately as it comes new, should be given to DRDO for destructive testing, so that in the passage of time, by the time this weapon system becomes old, when you want to give it a life extension, they should be able to delve into it and give it. Has that happened, sir?
So very quickly, sir.
No, I think to say a blanket yes or a no would be wrong. A certain amount of activities does start. So again, as I said, it remains on individuals and projects. I think the T90 procurement was one of the best procurements that happened in the country. And maybe because what we did there, we were able to get them to relook at the issue of the T72. How has the guns gone up? The Bofors came in with transfer of technology. So the DRDO just went to sleep. Suddenly we said we are going to buy new guns. They said, yaar, hamare paas technology hai, hum isko karenge. So the Dhanush and all that came up is old wine put in a new bottle and given to us. So the answer is, processes exist. Somewhere things have happened where the user has got educated, and the good part today is the younger generation in the army is much more educated and aware of the processes which are happening outside. In our time, maybe the internet wasn't there, so the information blank just left us in our own cocoons. So I think the younger lot of people today who are there, I'm sure are more active and more potent. Though for this question, can I ask General JP to also give his opinion? Because that'll be a great one, because the amount of time he spent in and out is the best.
You know, just a clarification I'll give before, you know, you people move out. You know, I don't represent DRDO, but I understand DRDO. I've spent 40 years in the army. I'm an Armored Corps officer and a principal staff officer for capital procurement before I superannuated. DRDO is not a vendor. He's not a manufacturer. He's not a producer. We've actually made him feel like that. For strategic systems, he's a manufacturer. He makes Agni, he makes those missiles in Hyderabad. As far as the other conventional systems are concerned, he initially develops a technology. A technology readiness level, he goes up, does the technology demonstration. Then he tells the users, look, I can take this as a mission mode. So the user says, okay, go ahead and let's have a mission mode. Now in this mission mode, he requires a parallel developer to put his technology into a product. He was bound initially, not now, to take a public sector unit. So for, let's say, Arjun, he took HVF, Heavy Vehicle Factory, that as I ask you or request you, convert this into a product. HVF is not interested. All our public sector units, private sector hasn't come seriously into defense, do build to print. So, buy and make, like Mr. Kaushik was saying, what is buy and make? What you're buying is primarily a design, a production design. You don't build to design. So build to print, they are experts in converting the processes into a product. As far as the DRDO is concerned, he has the technology, but he doesn't know how to convert the technology into a production model. There is a particular vertical. He takes a guy who's not interested. That is a public sector unit. The user is impatient, and rightly so. He says, give me T90. I'm not interested in being a part of your development as far as Arjun is concerned. But at the same time, for a spiral development, Mark 1, Mark 2, don't freeze your QR. So 124 tanks of Arjun Mark 1 were made without the AHS, the authorized holding. The design was not frozen. And why the user said, we'll have improvement. Ye to ghar ki hai. This is so we'll keep on having improvements. So without an AHSP, you had a production of 124 tanks. The DGQA will say, how do I inspect these tanks without a AHSP? So understand, DRDO has got a lot of shortcomings, but as stakeholders to come into this entire thing, there has to be an audit which has to be done apart from the 4 verticals you have taken. But 42 labs, 8% of your defense budget that you give to the DRDO, the ownership of this huge asset, national asset that you have, has to be taken over by a composite structure, something which was mentioned.
Thank you, sir. And I think we've really overshot our time. And I want to thank Mr. Kaushik, General Malik, General Sani, and thank the audience also for participating. And have a pleasant afternoon. Thank you.
What about the Rafale? I hope the controversy about it has been put to rest finally. What about the Rafale? Is it coming? I think it's a good bet. Rafale is a good bet. I hope it's coming.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the next topic of discussion, I'd like you to be seated. We shall begin almost immediately, unless you would like to take a small powder of the nose break. The topic of discussion will be, did the Battle of Kohima save India? We shall begin that in the next 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to please settle down. So may I please request you to settle down for the next session? Sirs, gentlemen, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please request you to settle down? Ladies and gentlemen, please settle down. I see that it's raining outside. It'll be a better option to stay in the venue, and we will have a better participation on the subject right now. Gentlemen at the rear, officers and gentlemen, may I please request you to settle down. Before we begin, we have received a letter from the Viscount Slim Chairman of the Trustees, the Burma Star Memorial Fund, 34 Grosvenor Gardens, London. And he writes, he wants us to read this letter out to all of us. It reads, "It was a great pleasure for me to be contacted by Lieutenant General Shergill on behalf of the Chief Minister Punjab, asking me to send this message of welcome to all those attending the Military Literature Festival at Chandigarh, and in particular, the panelists for the Battle of Kohima and Imphal, as well as the panel focusing on leadership and campaigns of my grandfather, Field Marshal Slim. The Burma campaign was extremely hard fought in some of the world's most difficult terrain, creating many logistical challenges. The 14th Army was truly multicultural allied army incorporating citizens from over 20 countries. It undertook a tremendous endeavor, and I salute the nearly 1 million men and women who had the fighting skill, endurance and courage to obtain the final victory over a determined and ruthless enemy. It is important that great achievements of the 14th Army are not forgotten, and this is why we have started the Burma Star Memorial Fund which is raising money to sponsor postgraduate scholarships at the University of London for the students resident in any of the countries which were a part of the Allied forces in Burma. Further information can be obtained on www.burmastarmemorial.org. A warm welcome and my best regards to all those attending the Military Literature Festival. Ladies and gentlemen, did the Battle of Kohima save India? We have moderating the panel, Squadron Leader Rana Tej Pratap Singh Chinna, Colonel Robert Lehman, Lieutenant General J.S. Bajwa, Brigadier Allan Mallinson, and Yaiphaba Meetei Kangjam. I hope I pronounced that right, sir. All yours.
Can you hear me at the back? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We have a very interesting session, and it's a large panel. So I will not waste too much time talking. I'll just give a brief introduction to the background of the battle. Now, I'm sure many of you are familiar with the epitaph, which goes, when you go home, tell them of us and say, for your tomorrow, we gave our today. This is perhaps one of the most famous epitaphs in the world, and it resonates with another much older epitaph which said, Pilgrim to Sparta say, her faithful band here lies in death, remembering her command. The first words are inscribed on the war memorial and the cemetery at Kohima, whereas the second words were written by Simonides of Chios and commemorate the Battle of Thermopylae in 480 BC. What is the similarity between the Battle of Kohima and the Battle of Thermopylae? I think both of these are stories of battles against overwhelming odds. They are stories of determination, of grit, and in particularly in the case of the first, which is the Battle of Kohima, it is one of the turning point battles of the Second World War, and it's also known as the Stalingrad of the East. And the Battle of Kohima and Imphal, which are kind of twinned together, were one of the three turning point battles, as I said, along with the Battle of Stalingrad and perhaps the Battle of the Atlantic. We have a very distinguished panel here today, and who will be telling us about various aspects to do with the Battle of Kohima. And towards the end, we'll also examine the question which forms a part of the title of this afternoon session, which is, did the Battle of Kohima save India, and to what extent it did so? I'll briefly introduce my panelists. We have on the extreme right, Lieutenant General J.S. Bajwa. He is eminently qualified to talk on the subject. He retired from Army Headquarters as the Director General Infantry, and prior to that he was Chief of Staff at Headquarters Eastern Command, and also has served as Commandant of the Infantry School, Mao. Brigadier Allan Mallinson was a soldier for 30 years. He commanded the 13th/18th Royal Hussars, a regiment which has a strong regimental affiliation with Skinner's Horse. And he's a novelist, and several of his books are set in India during the early 19th century, as well as a journalist and a military historian. And his book, The Making of the British Army, is an examination of what, in its 350 years continuous history, has shaped what the Army is today. Colonel Rob Lyman has also served as a soldier. He was elected Fellow of the Royal Historical Society, and he's written extensively on the armies of the Commonwealth and in the Second World War, and particularly on the battles of Imphal, Kohima, and on the architect of that victory, which was later Field Marshal Slim. My friend Yaiphaba Kangjam is one of the pioneers in the field of battlefield tourism. He's just written a book hold up your book, Yai, which is based on interviews of surviving veterans of the battles of Kohima and Imphal. And Yai also, along with his colleague Hemant Katoch, runs the Battlefields of Imphal tour company, and it's highly recommended to all. I will now hand over to, before handing over to my panelists, very briefly, just for all of you who may not be aware of it, the Battle of Kohima was fought between the 4th of March, 4th of April 1944 till the 22nd of July. It started when 3 Japanese divisions crossed the frontier from across the Chindwin and were aiming to capture the rice bowl of Imphal, which was the advance Allied base across the Chindwin. One of these divisions, the 31st, was ordered to make a hook to the north and cut off the road which linked the supplies base of Imphal with Dimapur, which was the railhead. And the battle itself is divided into 3 phases. The first is the siege, when a very small garrison consisting of the 4th Royal West Kents, the 1st Assam, and a number of other sundry details held off. There were about 2,500 men held off an entire Japanese division for 2 weeks. And the second phase was in evicting the Japanese from the vicinity of Kohima, and the third phase was clearing them from the Aradura hills and breaking the blockade of Imphal, which took place when Jemedar Kartar Singh of the 7th Light Cavalry met up with a staff officer of 4 Corps who was coming up from Imphal. I'll start off by requesting General Bajwa to take us through the strategic and the tactical importance of the battle. And sir, over to you.
A nation that forgets its past has no future. These are the words of Winston Churchill. But I was left wondering if the Japanese and the Germans would quite agree with him. The Burma campaign has been often seen as comparatively unimportant when it comes to the other major battles of the Second World War. Some attribute it to a theatre where the British were only trying to save their colonies. And the other is that this was a multi-ethnic army composed of the Burmese, the Africans, there was a battalion of the Nepalese, and of course Indian. And there was one division of the British Army which reached here by default. It's very interesting to also note today that the Japanese are drawn to the northeast and in this area, and there is, I believe, and verified by Meetei, that there is a memorial which they have constructed in Imphal. Just a bit of this detail which I mentioned about the second division of the British Army. Now this division in April 1942 set sail from England, and it was heading for Africa via the Suez, and it was to go all the way around the Cape of Good Hope and then come this way. They sailed off in the largest ship convoy that ever sailed the shores of Britain, and they were asked to head west into the Atlantic so that they do not get tracked by the maritime patrol aircraft of the German forces. And then down south to the Cape, then along the eastern coast of Africa, come to Suez. But sometime in May 1942, the convoy was given instructions to change direction. And instead of heading for Suez, they crossed the Arabian Sea and they were told to disembark the soldiers here, this entire division in Bombay. There was a lot of agitation going on in India those days, and that was the time when the Quit India movement was going on. So this division landed up, to their surprise, at Bombay, and they were not very welcome by the Indians or the GHQ either, because maintaining a British division in India was going to cost the Indian government 3 times more than maintaining an Indian division. So they were not too happy to have them there. But anyway, this is what happened to this division. It landed up here. Then it was stretched out from Bombay to Bangalore and had a brigade in Belgaum, which was under training and preparing for jungle warfare. These representations had reached the GHQ and reached London, and London then said, okay, we'll send this division by road to Iran. But that plan, which was concocted, didn't get through, and they remained here. And then Mountbatten came and he says, okay, this is going to be a force which will be used for combined operations. Where combined operations and when, that was left as a question mark. But ultimately this division found itself picking up everything that was on rails and coming all the way to Kohima and joined into the battle. And this was the division which broke the siege of Kohima. Now, what was the situation at this time? How does this move, Bache? Okay. Now, just before this war, or rather when the Kohima war came in, this force was in a very bad shape. To say a bad shape is also putting it very mildly. They were an exhausted and comprehensively defeated British army which had crossed the Chinna and come back. They had lost 13,000 men in this process and retreated 900 miles in 5 months. So it was an army which was in a very, very sad state. But here they still never lost their sense of humor. I'm reminded of a little anecdote that there was a Gurkha soldier who reached Imphal with a map, and somebody asked him, how have you crossed the Irrawaddy and the Chindwan and all these forests and reached here with this? What is this? He said, I got a map. He said, what is this map? He saw the map, and it was the map of the city of London. And he had traversed the most difficult terrain in Burma with that map. Well, the British army there was in a very, very sad state, and they just fought this. They just fought this war here, and as you see in the Arakans, they had been in a shape. Well, this is going too fast for me. This is the battle of the Arakans, which they had lost here, and they retreated from here also. One of the liaison officers put it very eloquently of what is the situation of the army at that point in time. He says, to quote him, an outstanding was the fact that our troops were either exhausted, browned off, or both, and that both the Indian and British troops did not have their hearts in the campaign. The former were obviously scared of the Jap and generally demoralized by the nature of the campaign. The latter also fear the jungle, hate the country, and see no object in fighting for it, and also have the strong feeling that they were taking part in a forgotten campaign in which no one was taking any real interest. So that was the state of mind of these people. A command psychiatrist, his observation was the whole of 14th Division was for practical purposes a psychiatric casualty. And the situation to recover Burma was quite hopeless. But anyway, that is, as will be covered later, how Slim transformed this, this army into an army which fought the Japs and took back Burma, which they had lost to them. The 14th Army, the turning point came at the Battle of Kohima. Though it was not fully realized then, but Kohima was the turning point, and at the same time, if the operations had not succeeded then, the Chinese who were facing the Japanese in the mainland of China would have lost out there, and the Japanese would have been freed of approximately 3 million soldiers who they could have used in Manchuria and in other places, and the whole war scene would have been quite different. Now this is the situation. As you will see, the Lido, this is the road maintaining the Chinese coming and joining the Burma road and moving up towards the Kunming and the other areas. These are the divisions which came up against us. This is a section of the difficulty of the terrain, just to indicate to you. This is the Lido road coming down from the Lido Pass and heading for going and joining the Burma road. What happened here, the operation that was directed against Imphal and Kohima was called Yugo. It was, the aim was initially a spoiling attack, so that the 4 Corps does not get into an operation against the Japanese in that particular year. But then the scope was enhanced. It went beyond a spoiling attack, and it became an attack at on Kohima and Imphal. Imphal had 3 divisions of the 4 Corps. It was the 17, 23 and 20 division. Dimapur and Kohima had none. And when Slim had estimated, and in his wisdom had thought that the main offensive will come there, a maximum of a regiment worth will come to Kohima, and that is enough. But there was this is to give you a general lay. That is Dimapur, Kohima, Imphal. Somewhere around the center is Ukhrul, and where the first battle was just south of Ukhrul in Sangshang. And I mentioned here Jasami, which I will talk of. The Sangshang is where the 50 Para Brigade was the one which encountered the first elements of the force of 58 Brigade under their infantry commander. I mentioned Jasami here because this is operations which the 1st Assam had fought in. That was the only Indian unit over there at that point in time. And they also later fought in Kohima. And I had to mention this because a friend of mine who was sitting of the 1st Assam is sitting here. He threatened me that I am going to be asking you about questions on 1st Assam in these areas, because my battalion has got the war, the theatre honors and war colors for these 2 places. And we will hear his questions also. Thank you. Now, the interesting part is, these are the 3 divisions which then came in. We have 31 division by Sato, and I've been indicated that I've hardly got any time left. Anyway, I'll quickly do that. 15 div and 33 division. Now 31 is the one which came to Kohima. 58 Brigade was coming from the south, the rest of the division coming from the north. At Shangshak, which is near Ukhrul, They encountered the 50 para brigade. He needn't have cleared it. They took nearly 1 month, 7 days. He got delayed. Otherwise, they would have made a very quick march to Kohima. Kohima was a very, very tough battle. And it was actually fighting in those areas. If I go down to that tactical level, I'll be spending the whole day with you all here. But every location was changing hands, and so many times they changed hands. And this is just to give a layout of what Kohima was. The main road passing here, as indicated in this red, to Imphal and to Dimapur. This was a sort of a pass at the highest portion where the road was going in. And fortunately for Slim, they did not send any force beyond Kohima towards Dimapur, because Dimapur was a very, very big base. The Adam base in Kohima was 11 miles long and 1 mile wide, stretched all along the railway line. And this was something, it was supplying the Stilwell's forces, and it was supplying the whole of 4 Corps. Had that been their the first objective, it would have been very difficult for the survival of 4 Corps and any other forces that side, or even the army going back. And just incidentally, the question may also come up. Subhash Chandra Bose, he had a division worth of 16,000 men also, poised with the 15th Army of the Japanese in that area. But this is the Japanese offensive, and the blue one indicates of the riposte of how we pushed in and pushed them back. A bit about the Kohima map, the whole of Kohima, the details of the garrison, which I have some other lovely slides, got them through a very great expert in GIS, got these converted from black and white into this format. This is the Kohima Ridge, and you would have heard of the DC's bungalow, his famous tennis court club. This is where the main battle was fought, and you were literally fighting across a tennis court, both on the baseline, and they were throwing grenades at each other instead of tennis balls. At the end of it, this is what was the situation. This is how desolate and damaged and destroyed this entire countryside was after the war. Right, gentlemen, thank you. And I will just indicate to you some of the photographs of this is the area of the tennis court, and the 3 tiers, the DC's bungalow, the tennis court, the club, and that area. The Garrison Hill, this is from the British War Museum. The Kohima Ridge after the war. And when you talk of the monsoons, the monsoon was so difficult there that this is the situation of the tracks and roads that existed. And it reminds me of just before the Sato's army was to march 75 kilometers as it is on the map, but on ground it was 200 kilometers. It reminds me of an old saying when we were serving in Nagaland, Mizoram, that you ask somebody that how far is that, that village on that side. He says it is, as the crow flies, it is 5 kilometers. This weary soldier asks him, how far is it when the damn crow walks? Because the damn crow has to walk all that way, and it is 200 miles then. So the situation was like this, and when you have these ruts, you actually are not sitting in the vehicle, only the driver is sitting, everybody else is pushing. Okay. For the time being, I'll now hand over. Sorry if I have overshot, but there was a lot more to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, General. One of the aspects that has not been very often spoken about and has actually received relatively little attention is the leadership of the Japanese generals. A lot has been written about Slim, about the British commanders, but what we are not really aware of is are the dynamics that existed between the Japanese commanders. Operation Yugo was basically the brainchild of the GOC 15th Army, who was Mutaguchi Renya. When he was a divisional commander, he was very strongly opposed to an invasion of India, but when he became the army commander, he strongly advocated Operation Yugo. And Mutaguchi was a very obstinate and a very short-tempered man. He didn't get on very well with his subordinates. And his relations with his divisional commanders, and in particular with General Sato, who was the GOC of the 31st Division, which attacked Kohima, are the subject actually of a book in itself. And Sato, for the first time in the history of the Imperial Japanese Army, disobeyed a direct order, and he withdrew his command and actually managed to save whatever little was left of it. But I won't go too much about it. I'll request Rob Lyman to kindly tell us a little bit more about the Japanese leadership. And
thank you, Rana. And let me take the opportunity of thanking the organizers to allow me to be here today and to talk about Imphal and Kohima, and tomorrow Slim as well. As Rana said, it's really important when we start to when we try to understand the nature of battles and how they work their way through the chronology of a campaign, to understand something of the personalities involved. Leaders command armies, or commanders command armies, and the leadership of the individuals themselves is very pertinent to our understanding of what actually happened. And as Rana said, Mutaguchi was the man behind the design of the operation to march on Delhi, as Subhas Chandra Bose described it. And yet, one of the fundamental problems that Mutaguchi had was that he had a very poor set of relationships with his divisional commanders. And as Rana said, Mutaguchi was a headstrong man. He was a man with a very firm will and determination. He had changed his mind about invading India between start of 1933 and at the end of 1933, and he eventually persuaded General Kimura and the high command in Tokyo, even General Tojo, finally endorsed the plan to advance into India, that Mutaguchi's plan. But Mutaguchi could not persuade each of his three commanders of the virtues of the plan that he had designed. And the fundamental reason for that was this. Mutaguchi had two plans. He had the first plan, which was to undertake Tojo's order and to occupy the Imphal plain for the purposes of ensuring that the British could not undertake either another Chindit operation into Burma or to undertake a reconquest of Burma itself. So in Tokyo's mind, the whole purpose of the operation was to defend Burma. It wasn't actually to invade India at all. But at the same time, you will all know that Subhas Chandra Bose was describing what might happen if the Japanese penetrated deep into India and toppled the Raj. And Subhas Chandra Bose's arguments were very forceful, and they eventually found an ear with Mutaguchi. And Mutaguchi said to himself, well, what if this isn't just a limited operation? Why don't we carry on past Imphal, past the mountain village of Kohima, and force our way into Dimapur, which, as General Bajwa has described, was the nodal point, the nexus of all Allied operations in northeastern India, and were fundamental to the American operations across the hump into Yunnan. So Mutaguchi tried very hard to persuade the High Command to adopt his strategic plan, what I'll describe as his strategic plan. But repeatedly that was rejected in favor of a much more limited operation into Imphal with a simple operation to block the road to Kohima. And the importance of Kohima was that it was the first settlement on the single road between Dimapur and Imphal which could be defended. And if you go to Kohima now, many of you will have been to Kohima, and you approach Kohima from the Dimapur end, you will immediately recognize why it was so strategically important. It was, as General Stopford described it, commander of 33 Corps rather, the stop in the bottle. It's a very, very strategic piece of geography. So, let me advance. Motoguchi begins his advance into Imphal, and instead of sending a regiment to Kohima, he lets the cat out of the bag. He sends the whole of Sato's division, Sato's 31st Division, to Kohima. Well, why on earth would he do that? Well, of course, he had an ulterior motive. He wanted to achieve his strategic plan and to try, if he could, to push on to Dimapur. And if he pushed on to Dimapur, all of a sudden you would have a situation where the Japanese army were falling into the Brahmaputra Valley on the edge of Bengal, and into India itself, out of the hills, and what a psychological shock that might be. Motoguchi firmly believed in this strategy, and just to let the cat out of the bag, I think he was right. Actually, I think if he had managed to get into Dimapur in 1944, the entire war in the Far East would have changed. Politically, it would have changed. Militarily, it would have changed. Militarily, it would have changed, particularly because Dimapur had fallen. Then the American effort from Lido would have stopped. Now, that's very important to recognize. Sato gets to Kohima, and as General Bajwa has described, a very, very fierce battle raging from about the 4th of April 1944 through the initial parts of the siege, and then the 2nd Division, as has been described, turned up and started slowly to push the Japanese back. In the first 2 weeks, however, Motoguchi had given instructions to Sato to send a battalion down the Miramar track into the Brahmaputra Valley, and to fall on Dimapur, which was entirely undefended, absolutely one of the largest bases and store depots of the Forward Indian Army, the 14th Army. Sato, however, and this is the real interest, I think, when you're looking at the psychology of war and the psychology of leadership, hated Motoguchi. And Motoguchi hated Sato. They were in two separate political factions in Japan. This hatred between Sato and Motoguchi wasn't unique to Sato. Each of Motoguchi's divisional commanders, Yanagida and Yamauchi, both hated Motoguchi, and Motoguchi hated them. So if you really want to be successful in battle, make sure you've got a very good relationship with your divisional commanders, the men who you are giving instructions to carry out your orders. So right from the outset, Sato said, I'm not going to go to Dimapur. I'm going to stay on Kohima with my division, and I'm going to defeat the British on Kohima and hold it until the whole operation is complete. So right from the beginning, he disobeyed Motoguchi's clear instruction to move on to Dimapur. And the way he did it was simply to send a signal to General Kimura to say, the operation to achieve success in Kohima is nearly over. I am advancing on Dimapur. And of course, as soon as General Kimura heard that message, he gave the order to stop and stay in Kohima. So here we are. This is the importance of leadership, command, and understanding exactly what the strategic purpose of the operation is. Motoguchi, in my view, was absolutely right. He should have gone to Dimapur. And Sato, a very, very fine soldier, was wrong to disobey him. Just as a quick aside, as I finish, it's just worth reinforcing the point that General Bajwa has made about General Slim and the 14th Army. By 1944, the reason why that Kohima was such a hard-fought battle was because the British Indian Army, and I emphasize the word Indian here, it was predominantly an Indian army, had been trained to the point at which it could robustly defend itself against the Japanese attack. It was well trained, it was well equipped, it was incredibly well motivated, and increasingly much, much better led. So the situation in 1944 was not that which it obtained in 1942. The world had changed dramatically. The Indian Army had resurrected itself, as Daniel Marston describes in his book Phoenix from the Ashes, and was now a remarkable force and was able to stop the Japanese in their tracks. But I'll stop there and hand it back to Rana.
Thank you, Rob. It's a very, very interesting exposition about the Japanese leadership. Slim did say, is on record as having said that my Indian divisions after the middle of 1943 were amongst the best in the world. They go anywhere, do anything, go on doing it, and do it on very little. I will now ask Brigadier Mallinson to help give us the view of the Battle of Kohima from the point of view of the CIGS in London, and also the manner in which this battle set the seal on Slim's fortunes as the architect of victory.
Well, thank you. Can I just start by echoing Robert's thanks to the organizers for inviting us and giving us this chance to bond a little bit more. You know, the British and Indian military relationship is unique in history. No other two nations share a military heritage the like of ours. And my book was mentioned, The Making of the British Army, which is about what those things in the history of the British Army really had an influence on its shape and its thinking. And India, the place, and the Indian Army, alongside which British soldiers served on the Western Front in the First World War, I mean, you know, not even to mention the 19th century, the Second World War. These are experiences which have really wired themselves deep into the psyche of the British Army in a way that I do try to bring out in that book. Now, Kohima and Imphal, and you can't separate the two at the macro level when you're looking at what I've just been talking about. I talk about Kohima and Imphal in The Making of the British Army because that certainly found its way into the DNA, if you like, of today's British Army in a way I'll just mention later on in the session in a couple of words. But we must remember that 14th Army didn't get the nickname or give itself the name the Forgotten Army for nothing. Whether it was entirely correct to call it the Forgotten Army is another matter. Perhaps unappreciated army, taken for granted army, sidelined army, I don't know. It certainly wasn't forgotten, but at the time of Kohima, it certainly wasn't in the forefront of the thinking among the chiefs of staff in London, and even Churchill as Prime Minister and Minister of Defence and effectively Director of Strategy in London. And we've got to remember that all this was taking place in the spring and summer of 1944, and what was the focus of the attention of London, the chiefs of staff there, at that time? It was the invasion of Normandy, June the 6th, 1944. And the months of preparation for that, very, very anxious months in which the security of the whole operation had to be maintained, and jitters about whether it was actually going to be possible to mount this unprecedented amphibious assault across the Channel, and whether our soldiers and the Americans and the Canadians, who'd not really had to fight tough, indoctrinated Germans, whether they were going to measure up to it. And Churchill particularly had sleepless nights wondering about whether there was really the mettle in our fighting men to cope with the German army in Normandy. So when this front in the east flares up a little bit, a front which was thought to be done and dusted. Yes, it had been a pretty grim campaign, the withdrawal through Burma, and General Sir Allan Brooke, the Chief of the General Staff, who kept a diary from the first day of the war in great detail of his thinking and the discussions in Chiefs of Staff and elsewhere, records at one point during that withdrawal, I can't understand why the army isn't fighting better. But very soon it was, as we'd heard from Robert just now, that front was stabilized and the Japanese were stopped in their tracks. Everything looked nicely sealed on the Indian border, and really by the end of 1943 there was not much to worry about from the point of view of the Chiefs of Staff in London. After all, as we'd heard, the Indian Army itself had learned from the withdrawal in Burma. The 2nd Infantry Division had been sent out, as we'd heard, from England to reinforce, and the 2nd Division was an almost entirely regular division with considerable experience of fighting back to Dunkirk in 1940 and again training and re-equipping in England. Only 3 of its infantry battalions were non-regulars, and that's a very high proportion in the British divisions at that time. All the rest were regulars. So really the Chiefs of Staff had nothing to worry about. And so the flare-up of the Japanese at this time, at Imphal and Kohima, was seen to be something that was perfectly containable and was expected to be contained. And indeed, in Allan Brooke's diary, there is not one mention of Imphal and Kohima until the middle of July, when at the end of a long entry about the terrible Chiefs of Staff meeting they'd had that day, in which there were endless arguments about what to do about the stalling campaign in Normandy, Allan Brooke writes, the last sentence of the entry is, but at least the Imphal-Kohima road is open again. And that's it. That is the only mention of this intense fighting, which to the soldiers on the ground, of course, was everything. But from a strategic point of view in London, was really a sideshow. And I'm afraid we must keep that in perspective. Except that once the news of it really began to get through to London, what this fighting had really been about and how skillful it had been carried out, and in particular how well Slim had handled operations, then people started to look again, and in particular started to look again at Slim. Now, I'm not going to go on about this because we've got a session tomorrow which I hope many of you, if not all, will be able to come to on the career of Slim. But it's just worth remembering that Slim was really an unknown man to most people in London, the people who counted, Allan Brooke and others. He wasn't made a brigade commander until September 1939. He wasn't promoted to command his battalion until he was in his mid-40s. Now, in September 1939, for example, General Sir Allan Brooke was commanding a corps in the British Expeditionary Force in France. So he's not going to know about a Gurkha lieutenant colonel promoted to command the 10th Indian Brigade. And certainly Montgomery, who's only 4 years older than Slim, but he is commanding the 3rd Division in the British Expeditionary Force in 1940 in France. He's certainly not going to know about Slim. But after Imphal and Kohima, they certainly did know about Slim. And I'll end by saying, and we'll add to it tomorrow, I hope, if it hadn't been for Kohima, Slim would not have achieved the prominence necessary for him to be chosen as Chief of the Imperial General Staff after Montgomery in 1948, and I would venture to say the history of the British Army subsequent to 1948 might have been rather different. So that's, if you like, the overall strategic, the macro effect of this battle, and a little bit more about the folk memory of Kohima in the British Army today later on in the session.
Thank you very much, Brigadier. Incidentally, it's not very well known that 2/3 of the Allied forces fighting in the Burma campaign in these battles and for the reconquest of Burma, 2/3 of that army or those forces were actually Indians. I'll now request Rob to talk to us a little about the character of the Japanese infantry versus the Allied troops of the 14th Army. Slim was instrumental in building on, on training, on morale of the Allied forces, and the Japanese, of course, Mutaguchi had rolled the dice and he had staked everything on the dice, and he was expecting that the British and Indian forces would behave in the manner in which they had done in the early stages of the war, that they would break and run. But this time they didn't, they stood and fought. So over to you.
Thank you, Rana. It's worth just focusing for a very brief period of time, as Rana said, on the nature of the individual enemy the British and the Indian and indeed the Burmese 1942 forces fought against. In 1942, the Japanese soldiers who the British encountered in Burma, and then again in 1943, were well-trained, well-experienced, well-led, well-equipped soldiers. Many of them had had experience in Manchuria from 1931 and from 1937 in China itself. Certainly the regimental, brigade and divisional commanders had all experience of combat in China. That the individual soldier was hardy, fierce and determined and loyal. And it's important just to spend a few moments thinking about the nature of the Japanese soldier, because it was this individual who actually incredibly surprised the British, not incredibly, but surprised the British so massively in 1942. And we need to understand why that was. The individual Japanese soldier, not just the officers, but the soldier, was a samurai. And the code that determined how that samurai behaved is called Bushido. And Bushido is a mix of characteristics linking Shintoism to a military mythology and laws and rules of military behavior. It's quite hard to define. There are some important aspects to it, but the fundamental responsibility of a samurai was not simply to be obedient to his leaders. You might find that surprising, me saying that. No, obedience wasn't the primary role of a samurai. The primary role of a samurai was to die. The primary role of the Japanese soldier was to die for the glory of the empire. And if you don't understand that, you'll never understand what the Japanese actually achieved in 1942 and 43. And the reason for the fierce fight that they put up across the Far East and across the Pacific in 1944-45. So this individual, who was imbued with a sense of empire worship, heavily disciplined, was going into battle with a determination to literally to do or die. And this was a profound shock for British and Indian soldiers who had expected that once their ammunition ran out, or the enemy's ammunition ran out, and there was no recourse to any other activity, would simply stand up, put their hands up and be taken prisoner of war, as indeed had happened elsewhere. Not so in Burma or India. Now the big change, of course, in 1944 is that the Japanese engaged in their massive invasion of India on the basis that the British had not fully understood how the Japanese army worked and hadn't adapted to that. That was wrong because, of course, the British army under Slim had made dramatic changes to the way in which it trained itself and to the way in which it prepared itself to deal with the Japanese. And in a nutshell, the task that Slim set himself in June, July 1943 was to persuade the Indian soldiers primarily who he was training, that they could defeat the Japanese in battle. And there were a number of techniques and mechanisms that Slim went through to ensure that individual soldiers felt that they were able to take on the Japanese and win. And that was the kernel, the heart of the dramatic success that we first had sight of in the Arakan battles in February 1944, but principally at Kohima and Imphal in 1945. How do you defeat an enemy determined to die for the emperor?
Thank you very much, Rob. It's very interesting. As Rob pointed out, the Japanese were very, very difficult to defeat because they would fight to the end, and they literally preferred death over surrender. And this was acknowledged even at that point in time. And Slim himself had said, and I quote, "There can be no question of the supreme courage and hardihood of the Japanese soldiers who made the attempts. I know of no army that could have equaled them." I'll now hand you over to Yai, who would and request him to run us through how the war impacted on the people of Nagaland and Manipur, because this is something that we very often tend to forget, that there actually were people who lived there, and this was literally the back of beyond. And suddenly the world arrived at their doorsteps, and it arrived with a ferocity and a vengeance which they had never seen or experienced before. So the impact of the war, and if you could also talk to us a bit about battlefield tourism and how you run it and the challenges that you face. Over to you.
Thank you. So I always say that Northeast India, especially Manipur and Nagaland, were dragged to the modern era by the Second World War. I'll elaborate on that if I have time later on. But let me share you the immediate impact of the Battle of Kohima to the local people. So the Battle of Kohima was from April to June 1944, but that was not the first experience of the Second World War to the local people. For them, the first experience of the Second World War was in 1942, when the refugees, lakhs, about 100,000 of them, passed through Imphal and Kohima from Burma with the objective to reach Dimapur. That was the nearest railhead at that time, and even now. Then many of the refugees died on the way because of diseases, starvation, exhaustion between Imphal and Kohima and Dimapur. So that was the first experience. Then coming to 1944, when the battle started, when the Japanese arrived in Kohima and other villages of Nagaland, initially the Japanese were very polite, very friendly. I've heard of some accounts where some soldiers were even trying to teach the Japanese script to the children. And when they found somebody, a local Naga, ill, they gave Japanese medicines to them. And even now, some of the elders of Nagaland keep on saying that the Japanese medicines were really effective. But when the Japanese arrive, they always start with this propaganda of racial affinity between the local Nagas and the Japanese. And also, they also claim themselves, the Japanese, to be the elder brother of the local Nagas. And also the idea of liberating India from the hands of the British, and the promise to bring economic development in Nagaland after they win the war. The same idea was also pitched by the few INA soldiers who were involved in the Battle of Kohima. Then, by the time the Japanese reached Kohima, they were already starving. The first thing they did, one of the first things they did when they reached Kohima was looking around for food and other supplies. But they kept on telling the people of Nagaland that it is just a temporary arrangement. We'll be getting supplies soon. But as days passed by, the demands of the Japanese became bigger and bigger, not just for food, but they needed men for porters, as guides, and for pounding the paddy for them, collecting food and other items. I remember a story of a young lady who was 20 years old then. She was captured by the Japanese and asked to carry about 10 kilos of rice for the Japanese from this village called Jakhama to Viswema, which was about 8 kilometers away, apart from each other. So these are some local experiences. But ultimately, the politeness of the Japanese was gone. They became hostile because the people got tired of their demands. And so they kept on forcing the people, so the local people ran away from their villages, taking shelter in neighboring villages and jungles. And then they turned against the Japanese. They started supporting the British. But what about the British and Naga relations? By 1944, the last war between the Nagas and the British was hardly a generation away. The memories of that war, about the Battle of Kohima and all, those are very fresh in their minds. So why would the local Nagas help the British? There were three reasons about that, three main reasons. First was going back to the story of the First World War, the Naga Labor Corps. Some Naga men were sent to France as part of the Naga Labor Corps. And after they came back from the war, the British paid them very handsomely and very efficiently for their service. That's why they were very impressed with how the British handled their payment. And the families and the veterans at the time of the need for the British Army, they were ready to help the British Army. That was the first reason. The second was this group of interpreters for the British, Dobashis locally, as they were called. They were a group. It was a group of Dobashis who were working for the British as interpreters, and they have a good network. And the Dobashis were really influential people in their villages. So they also helped, and the other local employees in the British offices. Then another big reason was the Deputy Commissioner of the then Naga Hills, Charles Posey. His decision to stand with his Nagas really impressed the local Nagas, that yes, he is there for us even at the time of the fighting. So the local Nagas were really helpful to him. So the local Nagas helped the British in scouting, guides, as porters, and many of them were fighting with the Assam Regiment and Assam Rifles. Now, talking at the present context, since 2012, my colleague Hemant Singh Katoch and I, we started this Battle of Imphal tours, the first Second World War battlefield tour company in India. And now we have expanded into Myanmar also. About Kohima, Kohima is a congested hill town now, except for the Kohima Ridge, which is very famous. It is really hard to explore the other battlefields in and around Kohima with just a map in hand. However, there are a good number of Second World War related sites in and around Kohima. A walk just on the ridge is really interesting, passing through all the main features of the fighting, DIS, FSD, Cookie Picket, then Garrison Hill, then the tennis court. The famous Kohima War Cemetery is part of the tennis court. The tennis court is part of the cemetery. And memorials, the 2nd Division Memorial, then memorials to other regiments of the British Army. Then around Kohima, outside Kohima town, other memorials like the Royal Scots, the Royal Norfolks, then Cameron Highlanders Memorial. Kohima also has got one Second World War museum, one of the few Second World War museums in India, and a very good one too. And in 2014, General Grover, in Nagaland government, along with the, I believe that was a Kohima Educational Trust, they built a memorial to General Grover also at Jotsoma. And all the villages around Nagaland were all battlefields. So villages like the southern Angami villages, Jakhama, Viswema, and then Miriama, these are all battlefields, quite interesting to visit. Now, the Imphal-Kohima road, when we talk about Battle of Imphal and Kohima, we always talk about the Imphal-Kohima road, the strategic importance of the Imphal-Kohima road and Imphal-Dimapur road. If you don't have to drive or stop in Kohima to know the importance of that road. If you drive from Imphal to Dimapur, that is the only lifeline in those days, and the only lifeline of Manipur or of Imphal even now, even today. So you will, it's quite an interesting drive. And around Dimapur, there are some interesting places to see with all the stories of the Second World War. There is a big neighborhood still in Dimapur called the Burma Camp, just near the railway station. Why it was called the Burma Camp was because of the huge refugees coming out from Burma at that time. And then the railway station itself is important because of the supplies going up to the Lido Road and going to Imphal. Yes. And the airport, the Dimapur airport was one of the airfields built by the British at the time of the Second World War. Now, challenges in what we are doing in the tourism industry from a Second World War perspective is lack of awareness among the local people about the tourism potential of these areas. Also the lack of awareness by the rest of the world. Especially, I always say that we Indians show very less interest in this Battle of Imphal and Kohima, whereas it was mostly Indians who fought in that battle, in those battles. Then the preservation of the sites. If Imphal and Kohima were in some other parts of the world, developed countries, these two names would have been very famous by now. But since it is in a very far corner in the world, people hardly know about them, and also the governments do not care much about them. Until last year, I was proudly telling my guests that the Palel Tamu Road, the Shinam saddle on the Palel Tamu Road, is one of the most untouched Second World War battlefields in the world. But I can't say that anymore now, because since last year the government has already started taking out some features, the faces of the hill, for road construction. So these are what we are facing now. But again, coming back to my first line, not about Kohima this time, but Imphal. Since Imphal was the main objective for the Operation Yugo, and it was a big base for the British Army, many new things were introduced to Manipur, to the people of Imphal by the Second World War. Many new food items, all the new infrastructures like roads, 6 airfields were there in the Imphal Valley at that time, and tanks, aeroplanes. We got to see, the local people got to see these new machines for the first time because of the Second World War. And the economy of Manipur got a big boost because of the Second World War. Western education many schools came up after the Second World War because people knew the importance, they became aware of the importance of English education after the war. And then most important thing was global politics. Before the Second World War, people of Manipur hardly knew about what was going on in the rest of the world. But because of the Second World War, we were dragged to the global politics too. And so Imphal and Kohima are the only few links which can connect us to global history. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yai. It's very interesting. I now request Allan. He's already spoken about how the operations in Kohima, Imphal, and this front generally were known as the 14th Army that fought there was known as the Forgotten Army. If you could please just give us a general idea of the place that this campaign has in popular folk memory in the United Kingdom.
Well, it would be wrong to suggest that even the British Army, let alone the memory of the wider public in Britain, holds Kohima high in its consciousness. It doesn't. But those regiments that fought at Kohima are certainly very conscious of the battle, because you learn your regimental history, obviously. And it's one of the laws of unintended consequences, funnily enough, that with all the cuts in the British Army, which means amalgamation of regiments, more and more regiments, by this process of amalgamation, are getting Kohima into their regimental DNA. So the 75th anniversary this year, I think, was examined by rather more regiments in the British Army than it would have been 20 years ago before the amalgamations. But for those regiments that were at Kohima, it certainly was a high-profile event, something of which in which inordinate pride was taken. And certainly the name has always been featured somewhere in the army. You know, when I was first commissioned, it was into the infantry. I later transferred to the cavalry. That's a terrible admission to make to a former director of infantry. But you know, I joined for 3 years, and after 3 years, I had to look for somewhere else. But I trained in, believe it or not, Kohima Company at the Mons Officer Cadet School, which was a sort of poor man's Sandhurst in those days. I went, having passed out of Kohima Company, to do my documentation to join the regiment at Imphal Barracks in the city of York. And I went from Imphal Barracks to join my battalion of the Border Regiment, or what it then was, its successor, and joined Chindit Company. So you see, the names are maintained. But if Kohima means anything, it really means, I think, 3 things. First of all, that stubborn defense is what the British are very, very good at. When the chips are down, the British Army doesn't withdraw to lick its wounds inordinately. It gets on with it. And I think history successively has reinforced this business of, come on, you know, there's no quitting, you stick at it. Stubborn defense. Secondly, making do with very little. What you've got, you're not getting any more, get on with it. And one of the things that attracted those making the choice, the politicians basically, in 1948, to have Slim as Chief of the Imperial General Staff, was, to quote the words of the then Prime Minister, Clement Attlee, who'd been Churchill's deputy in the coalition government, "I like Slim, he makes do with the scrapings of the barrel." And again, that had become, if you like, a British Army tradition, that, you know, we do make do with the scrapings of the barrel. And finally, the absolute understanding of the importance of morale. And Kohima, if anything, was a triumph of morale. How has all this got into the bloodstream of the army? Well, many ways, but one thing I would highlight, and that is it got in largely through the writings of Slim after the war, in particular, Defeat into Victory, a hugely influential book on many, many officers, and is still exerting an influence so many years after publication.
Thank you, Allan. Allan just mentioned, the British Army is very famous for its stubborn defense. During the period of the Raj, they used to have these things called handbooks of the Indian Army. And each of the classes, and those days, you remember, there were martial races, the theory of martial races. So each of the classes that was recruited into the Indian Army had its own class handbook. And the handbook for the Sikhs said, the Sikhs make very good soldiers. They are too stubborn to know when they are defeated. So, they keep on at it. Incidentally, one of the people who's actually responsible for the Battle of Kohima being branded as Britain's greatest battle is the gentleman on my left, and when I hand the mic to him next, perhaps you can just very briefly touch upon that. But before that, I'd request General Bajwa to just run us through, sir, the use of artillery, logistics, and air power, because the Battle of Kohima could not have been, while the infantry, of course, in their stubborn defense and their dogged resistance, did all the hard work, but it could not have been fought and won without the crucial support.
I'll just run you through some slides. Kohima was a battle of attrition, there's no doubt about it. And the overwhelming superiority of material and logistics prevailed. The Japanese logistic tail has become very long. And when the war started, when they were crossing the Chindwan, they were given, everybody shed all equipment. And whatever was to be carried was carried on elephants. It was carried on oxen and horses. There were 5,000 oxen which was given to this 31 division. And these were to carry loads. When they could not carry loads beyond a certain point, when there were no loads left, then they were slaughtered to be eaten. The logistics, individual rations, each man carried for 3 weeks, and everything else was to be managed by themselves. They came into, basically they intended to capture the logistics and the supplies that were available at Imphal at the quickest and the earliest, but that did not happen. And so their stretched tail became vulnerable, and the Chindits and the 23 LRP brigade, which was operating from the Johrat on the flank of Sato, the northern flank of Sato, really got his goat. The enormity of logistics during this war is something that when you see these figures, it is very important to note, and we generally gloss over logistics. We make an operational plan and say you charge like the Light Brigade and the war is over. But when it is such a prolonged, protracted war, if the logistics management is not there, and the whole country then gets involved. There was rationing everywhere. In fact, yesterday I was watching a food channel, and a very interesting documentary of how they're making cakes in USA in the old times. It used to be filled with banana. They had to forego the bananas because that was rationed. There was rationing in the whole of England, and the civilian rations were only 2,180 calories. Some restaurants were open, so the rich people used to go and eat in those restaurants, and the others complained. They said, how can these people supplement their rations by going and eating there? So the rations, even those restaurants had to close down. So the whole nation gets involved. And you see the requirement here. The US infantryman was given the maximum calories per day. The others were pretty meager. And the Japanese, of course, had the least. And all that they had was rice and the soya bean extracts, and that's all. And the tonnage that was required for 4 corps was 540 tons. Now here, you know, as everybody has mentioned, that it was a forgotten war. When they asked for parachutes, the parachutes were required on the Western Front at Normandy. There were no parachutes to be spared for this area. So Slim had got some of these companies in Calcutta which was manufacturing jute sacks to make jute parachutes. And they did, and that is what was being used. But there's always a bureaucrat sitting somewhere who said that we must recover some of these expenses. He said that all the cigarettes that are being given to the soldiers should be paid for. And the soldiers turned back and said, most of your supplies have fallen to the Japanese. First ask the Japanese to pay for the cigarettes, then we will pay. So in war there is, a bureaucrat can at least create some humor. Now this is the Japanese chain, and as you see it is, everything had to be hauled by manpower, and you know the Royal Navy had carried out operations in the Bay of Bengal. They had there was an operation on Port Blair. So this whole area was not being used by the Japanese, and they could not use this area for supplies. They had to come through Thailand, and Thailand has been called the Italy of Asia. It is, you know, like Italy joined the Axis with Germany. The Thailand here was in the same category with the Japanese. So all the supplies were coming through there, and it became a very, very long chain. As I mentioned here, this is what they were carrying all through. Now this Catalina is it's an amphibious aircraft, and rather it's an aircraft seaplane. It was modified to even carry bombs, and these were known as the black cats. They were operating, and they were operating from bases on small islands, and this is the type of action. The amount of fuel that was required, the fuel was tremendous. The fuel and the tonnage of the ammunition that was required for these operations. 5,800 barrels of fuel oil for the tankers, for these aircraft carriers. That was their consumption. 95 million liters per month was required in some of the bases by the commercial tankers. And the whole sourcing of this, moving of this, it was something which was so well coordinated. It is something that needs to be studied separately. 8,000 tons of ammunition in this one operation. Just before I finish that, let me just quote to you some Earl Mountbatten, what he wrote about the horrors of the war in this area. He said, to all ranks on the Manipur road, only those who have seen the horrific nature of the country under these conditions will appreciate your achievements. And in my words, I would say it is grit, camaraderie, determination, tenacity, audacity, valor beyond measure. And that was never say die spirit. And that is what is the spirit of Kohima. I was speaking to some of my officers who had joined a formation in an operational area. And I told them that history, it just, at the spur of the moment, it came out that history is not created in hindsight. History is created at the spur of the moment. And this is a sort of quote which is outside that, the formation's operational achievements museum. And actually you see that history is valor, and an action of valor is not predetermined. It is not decided that I'm going to do this, and nor can anyone or a leader even order it. It happens, and that is what was happening in Kohima. There were such large number of cases of incidents of such valor that some have been recorded, a large number have been missed out, but that spirit of Kohima stands in that lovely quote of which has already been mentioned to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. We started at 3:15. We'll finish at 3:45. I now request Rob to run us through the what-ifs and basically address the question which was posed to the panel, which was, did the battle actually save India? Rob.
Very quickly before I say that, it's worth mentioning with Yai here that emphasizing that the battles of Imphal and Kohima are largely unknown within India, and I think we understand why that was the case, but it's incumbent on all of us today in India to preserve the memory of the men who died there, and it's companies like Yai's and a few others that are pioneers in this area. So if you've got a week or two spare and a few hundred rupees, ring up Yai or get him online, and he'll take you on a superb trip either through Kohima or Imphal. And one of the ways in which we perpetuate the memory, as Yai said, was encouraging our youngsters in particular to visit the battlefields and to understand a little bit further what was achieved by our forebears. So we've come to the end of the presentation, and I've just been asked to sum up, and I'm going to try to answer the question, was Kohima the battle that saved India? Well, there's a very simple answer to that, and it's yes. And I'll give you three very quick reasons. The first reason was that if the Japanese had been successful in pushing the Indian army out of Kohima and of seizing Imphal, there would be no way that the British Army could have reconquered Burma in 1944, late 1944-45. So it was fundamental to any conception the British or the Allies had of reconquering Burma. The second point to make is that success at Kohima by Sato and Mutaguchi would have meant the seizure of Dimapur. And if Dimapur had fallen, as I've mentioned earlier, the road to Lido and the American operations over the hump would have come to an end. That would have had significant strategic consequences for the relationship between America and China. As an aside, the only reason America was in Burma, India at the time was because of China, and that would have cast a significant strategic shadow over affairs. And third, as Subhas Chandra Bose always argued and Mutaguchi believed, the capture of Dimapur may well have led to significant nationalist unrest in India, and although I doubt very much that it would have led to the precipitate ending of the Raj, that end was coming anyway, but it would have caused an enormous embarrassment to the Raj and to their ability, I believe, to continue to motivate the Indian army to resist the Japanese. So for those three reasons alone, the Battle of Kohima, the defense of Kohima, the winning of the siege, the winning of the Battle of Kohima, and the ejection of the Japanese through the process they call themselves the Rhoda Bones, saved India. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rob. We have 5 minutes by my watch. We will I'll throw the floor open for questions. Please, if you have questions, keep them short, and I would request, please identify yourself and state your question. No comments, please. I mean, you can discuss things with the panelists later. We'd just like to have the questions at the moment. And if you would indicate who the question is for as well, that might be useful. Sir.
I'm Brigadier Jasbir Bawa from the Assam Regiment. Mine was the family which got 3 battle honors there, starting with Jasami, then Kohima, then Aradura. All that I want to say really is that we could take a stand at Kohima, which we call the turning point of the battle, because something happened before that. At Molhe, the Japanese were delayed by 3 days because of the stand taken by one company. Then at Kharasom, and then at Jasami. There was a siege for 10 days. The orders were for the battalion to fall back. Those orders never got to them. Finally, they were airdropped. I don't have a question, sorry. Finally, they were airdropped, but that went into Japanese hands. So, the entire area was circled. And they had to withdraw from there in penny pockets. Some went down to Dimapur, some reached Kohima. And the CEO, Colonel Brown, got to Kohima with 260 absolutely battered men, tired, hungried, hollowed cheeks, bad beards, and with just one tattered piece of clothing. And then they held on at Kohima for 16 days.
Sir, thank you so much. Very kind of you. Sir, the gentleman in the first row. Sir.
My father was in Kohima. He was the refugee officer with the 14th Army.
Okay.
I commanded a brigade in Palel, that's on the way from Kohima to More. And then I commanded 3 corps. My question is, I have read Defeat into Victory, and General Field Marshal Slim doesn't have very complimentary things to say about the Indian National Army. What is the truth?
Sir, the INA, I think, if you don't mind, is better covered in the Imphal session tomorrow, because that's where they were engaged. There was hardly any INA at Kohima. While it's a very relevant question, I'd request if, and I'm sure Allan will be able to answer that tomorrow in the Imphal session. But if we could please restrict ourselves to the Battle of Kohima, I still have 2 minutes more. So if you don't mind, sir.
So, in case we had lost the battle there, what would have been the impact on the Allies when they were landing at Normandy? Would that really had a significant impact on the British and the Allies?
The answer to that is no, because the Normandy effort was entirely independent of what was going on at Kohima or in Italy for that matter. There were very heavy fighting going on in Italy in the pursuit of the German armies up to the Gothic line, as there was in this area. So it would have no impact whatsoever on the battle for France. Subsequently, of course, as how the course of the war would have happened, that I think Rob is already covered. I think that brings us to the end of our session.
So one more question, sir.
Sorry?
The last question.
Okay, Bobby.
This for Rob. Rob, why do you think that the Battle of Kohima is more important than the battle in Imphal? Why do you think so?
Thank you, Aaron Bowman. Very nice to see you there. Kohima was the linchpin of the defense of Imphal. The way to see this is to see that this was the Battle of Imphal, and the door to Imphal was Kohima. It was as simple as that. There were 2 separate engagements in one battle. And as is the case in many battles, there is often one anchor or one point at which the battle was won or lost. And Imphal would have dragged on for much, much longer than it was had it not been for the fact that Sato was defeated in Kohima and forced on the 22nd of June to start withdrawing down through the road and then across the hills in what the Japanese describe as the road of bones. The withdrawal of Sato's forces from Kohima precipitated the withdrawal from Imphal. That's the simple answer to the question.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for being such a wonderful audience. Please join me in giving all the panelists a very big hand.
That was indeed interesting. Ladies and gentlemen, what we have in the next panel is even more interesting as it pertains to our scenario today, and the topic being the Taliban and ISI in Kashmir, which is very important, and I would really like everybody to be here for this discussion. It is something so pertinent to our country today, and it is so important for us to understand that. So give it a few minutes, and I will request everybody to settle down for the next panel.
बहुत गंदा लग रहा है फोन का
एक सेकेंड हेलो हेलो
कॉफी मांगी थी आंसर सारे जिन्ने भी ड्यूटी नाल केड़ी हैगे आ सारे लोग कहते हैं डेलीगेट्स लाउंज सारे जाओ ठीक कह रहे सारे डेलीगेट्स लाउंज जाओ बाय जो भी ड्यूटी किसको देना है जाके दे जल्दी ये पकड़ा दे जिसके भी तक लिया दी उनको देना था दिस माय ड्यूटी नो ब्रो प्लीज यार मैंने स्पॉट करना है बाजू को सर
Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to settle down? This is going to be a very, very interesting topic. Ladies and gentlemen, the topic of discussion now is the Taliban and ISI in Kashmir. It's a pretty contemporary topic, and it affects us as of today. And it'll be great to see the distinguished panel discuss this with us. We have with us, going to moderate the panel, is Lieutenant General Hasnain, GOC 15 Corps and 21 Corps. Mr. R.K. Kaushik is Punjab Cadre IAS. He's the Secretary of Power Divisional Commissioner of Faridkot. And he's written over about 100 articles on Pakistan and Afghanistan and the wars beyond. We also have with us Mr. A.S. Dulat. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Can you hear me at the back, please, ladies and gentlemen? Okay, great. May I request the people at the back to settle down? If you so wish to remain here, please remain here. Otherwise, you can kindly exit. This panel is all about the Taliban, the ISIK. I don't know whether people have really heard of what is the ISIK. Everyone knows what the ISIS is or what the IS is. The ISIK is the Islamic State in Kashmir. Whether it exists or not, that we will have to decide in our discussion. If I may add, perhaps we would also like to discuss the Al-Qaeda in Kashmir. Why just leave out the Al-Qaeda? They'll feel very bad about it. Because they are also making a lot of efforts to try and get into Kashmir. This is a very restricted subject, apparently, from the look of it. And this is a restricted panel. In the sense we've had a casualty in the sense we've lost one of our members who's dropped out because of some police emergency, I'm told. So we'll make up for it. We've got Mr. Dulat here who can probably speak for many hours on the subject. So there's not a problem at all. But let me set the ball rolling. Three of us here for a fair amount of time. And you may think this is only about the Islamic State in Kashmir and about the Taliban in Kashmir. But let me tell you, if you really want to discuss the subject seriously, then you have to look at what is the situation in Kashmir. Is the situation in Kashmir conducive to the entry of the Al-Qaeda, the Taliban, or the ISIK in Kashmir? Are these entities already there? If they are there, are they likely to proliferate? Or if they are not there, are they likely to enter and subsequently proliferate? So, let me just outline it very briefly before I hand it over to the other speakers. The manner in which you should look at a situation that has emerged in Kashmir at the moment is from the perspective that terrorists are there. We killed 2,100 terrorists in the year 2001. Last year we killed 254 terrorists, 2018. So terrorists, the Indian armed forces, the police forces put together have been eliminating over a period of time. The question which everyone asks is, by killing of terrorists, have we been successful in eliminating or neutralizing terrorism? And that needs a little explanation. The explanation is that for the last 30 years, from 1989 to at least till 2015-16, mostly what the Indian state, our nation, our security forces, our organizations which are responsible for all this, we were in the game of hunting terrorists, going after them with the end state in mind that if terrorists are eliminated, this problem is going to evaporate. It didn't happen. We brought the strength from 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 terrorists down to a strength of 300 terrorists, and the problem continues to persist. So obviously there's something more to it. There's something more to it which promotes terror. There is something more to it which creates conditions for perhaps foreign terrorists to enter. Conditions by which the deep state in Pakistan can continue to follow its proxy hybrid war in Kashmir. There must be something in it. When you deeply analyze this, you realize that there is a thing called an ecosystem. It's a system which generates this kind of a hybrid conflict. It's not a conventional conflict, it's a hybrid conflict. It generates this. What makes up these, what are the entities which make up this ecosystem? The entities which make up this ecosystem, to my mind, and I'm sure my fellow speakers will have more to say on that, first is the human resources. Terrorists, ideologues, separatists, financiers, media, and one entity which most people who have not been in Kashmir may not know, but it's very important to know, is the overground worker. The terrorist remains underground. There are equal number of terrorists who are overground. They are the people who come and meet us every other day, have meals with us, have coffee with us, and continue working against us. Working against the nation, working against the system. You may try and arrest them one fine day for anti-national activities, and the next day they are released by the judiciary. Somehow we never seem to be able to get the better of them. So these are all the human resources. Then there is the wherewithal. There is grenades, there are IEDs, there is gun material, all kinds of things which go into fighting, waging war against the nation. The third thing is finance. The money coming in comfortably from all channels. All these years it's been coming in. Without money, no terrorist activity can actually continue for any period of time. The fourth thing is ideology. The aspect of linking Kashmir with Pakistan, with a larger aspect of the Ummah through a radical ideology. And the last of them is an information system by which you keep the people, a propaganda by which you keep the people alienated from the nation. This entire system comes together to work. And what happens usually is the security forces think that the only way to eliminate this whole problem is to kill the terrorist. And we continue doing it. We've continued doing it for the last 25 years, 26 years, until this realization started coming deeply. Not alone in India. It's happened all over the world. It's happened in Afghanistan. It's happened in Pakistan to a great extent on the northwest frontier areas. So, are the conditions after 5th of August, the decisions which have been taken on the 5th of August, have they ameliorated the situation in any way? Have they created the conditions by which we can hope that this ecosystem will be neutralized, will be down? Or is the situation such that you may find that foreign entities like the Al-Qaeda, the Taliban, the ISIK, Pakistan's deep state, all of them can find the capability to interfere here, persist with the proxy hybrid war? This is the question that we are basically discussing here. And I have got two outstanding panelists with me. Mr. Dulat needs no introduction. Mr. Kaushik needs no introduction, being a local here itself and prolific writer in the Tribune. Mr. Dulat, you have read many of his books. I have been with Mr. Dulat, I think the nth time on a panel. So I'm hoping that he's the one who will give us a lot of information. His background, you know, is all intelligence. So the way we intend to conduct it is, since we have lost one member of the panel, maybe we can have 12 to maybe 13, 14 minutes by which you make your own remarks. What would you like to say on some of the issues which I have raised? Or what are your thoughts otherwise? Then we will discuss 10, 12 minutes through a question and answer session between ourselves and a conversation between ourselves. And finally, we'll throw it open to the House because we've got a large number of experienced people here who can probably challenge us tremendously with their knowledge. So I think we start with Mr. Dulat, sir. Would you like to take it on?
Thank you very much, sir. My two distinguished colleagues this afternoon, General Hasnain, Kaushik Saab, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me thank the MLF, Mr. Mandeep Bajwa, General Shergill, and last but not least, Maharaj Sahib, for inviting me here. It's a homecoming because I was here the day Chandigarh was born, and I spent 10 years after that in Chandigarh till I joined the service in 1965. And then I was fortunate enough to come back again in the early 70s and do another posting here. So Chandigarh is more than home. When I think back, I think everything that is worthwhile in life began here. But to come back to, let's say, Kashmir, ISIS, Taliban, Al-Qaeda, whatever you want to say, General Sahib has put it very, very diplomatically that I should answer the questions that he's left unanswered. So let me start by saying that first and foremost, Kashmir has never been and never will be a military or a law and order problem. It's a political issue, it's an emotive issue, it's a psychological issue. And to react to what General Saab just said, what has happened to Kashmir post August 5, I think in many ways Kashmir has changed irretrievably. And what was going to happen now, only God up there knows. But let me start, because the subject is more than Kashmir. And let me say that when we talk of ISIS or we talk of Al-Qaeda or the Taliban, the Indian Muslim is the most moderate and reasonable in the world. And the Kashmiri Muslim is even more reasonable. So I don't think, however much we exaggerate this whole issue and problem, that ISIS will ever become a serious problem in this country. We've heard of boys from Kerala joining the ISIS. We've heard of a few boys from Gujarat and Maharashtra also going. I can tell you that from the state of Jammu and Kashmir, I know, or I've heard of only one boy from downtown Srinagar, from an area called Kanyar, who went for 3 weeks, felt homesick, and is back home now. But yes, a lot has changed, and a lot is changing in Kashmir. So if we talk of ISIK, yes, I think gradually this is beginning to take roots indigenously in Kashmir, particularly in South Kashmir. But before I come to Kashmir, let me say that, in a sense, Taliban, Al-Qaeda, and what we've had to face for a long time, Jaish-e-Mohammed, are three angles of the same triangle. And a much more dangerous angle to that is what is now referred to as ISIS. Where did all this start? I think that's what we need to think about sometimes. And it started with the axis between the United States, Saudi Arabia, and Pakistan. And it started at least as far back as 1984, when the Americans used Pakistan, created the Taliban, and used Pakistan to get the Soviets out of Afghanistan. Now, when we talk of of ISIS today, ISIS is only an extreme form of Al-Qaeda. And Wahhabism has its roots, as everybody knows, in Saudi Arabia. And I'm reminded of a gentleman by the name of Abdul Wahab, who was one of the earlier ideologues, again who was picked up by the Americans around that period, along with Osama. Osama, of course, the difference being that Wahab remained an ideologue and Osama went to fight with the Mujahideen in Afghanistan. And then we know the rest of it is history, how much havoc Osama and the Al-Qaeda created. It's interesting, but when the so-called movement started in Kashmir in the late 1980s, 88, 89, the first person, and this is ironical, but it's significant, the first person to refer to these JKLF boys, because they were JKLF boys at that point of time, who had gone to Pakistan, got trained and come back, to refer to them as terrorists was none other than Sayyid Ali Shah Gilani, who is now the most radical of among the Kashmiri leadership. But at that time, the Americans referred to them as freedom fighters. And as much as we argued with the Americans that this is not a freedom struggle, it will never be a freedom struggle, they said no, but they are freedom fighters. And the Assistant Secretary of State at that point of time, Robin Raphael, I caught up with her many years later in a conference in Istanbul, and I said, you caused us a lot of grief, you know. And she said, no, that was not my thinking. That was the thinking of the State Department at that point of time. So how did it all change? It changed in 9/11. 9/11 was a watershed. And that is what turned freedom fighters into terrorists for us. Finally, the Americans acknowledged, yes, what is happening in Kashmir and wherever there was that kind of trouble, it was terrorism. And that is when the war against terror began. And the Pakistanis joined the Americans in that war.